So, ladies and gentlemen, we are innovating. We are trying to avoid the use of papers, but the agenda is on the screen. You can just go to your phone, open the QR code, and then scan. The agenda will be on your phone, and you will follow through the proceedings of the day. The agenda is now on the screen. Please use your phones, and your phone can take you through the agenda itself. Thank you. Madam Renisa Amy Beckley, please get your team to have everyone inside now. Those that are outside should come in, because we want to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two restrooms in this facility. One on your left and the other on your right. You can use any of them, and there will be people at those facilities waiting to help you. If there are any questions, there are people dressed in blue, two shirts and lacos with inscriptions clearly to help you with anything that is associated with this event. Madam Florence, can you join Renisa Amy Beckley to bring everyone in, please? Florence, can we have everyone in? We need everyone to be seated before we get our guests in. Now waiting. Minister, you can come in now. They don't come. No, they don't come inside. Will they get Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's it.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Shinkawa.
And I went through the ranks from an enumerator in the Ministry of Agriculture in the Planning, Evaluation and Inventory and Statistical Division. And I rose to the rank of Senior M&E Officer and then Senior Budgeting and Planning and Budgeting Officer. Before I left, I went into the private world and came back as a politician, as a public servant now.
I came into the administrative service in 1981 as an administrative officer cadet. I had the privilege of going out immediately when I finished college, but to do something which I was not prepared to.
I've served for almost 34 years in the service. One of the most significant aspects of my experience was the opportunity to work with different MDs and professionals, which increased my skill in organizational skills, leadership skills, and teamwork.
And I've served for exactly 33 years. I must say that it has been very rewarding. That put me in a good stead to discharge my duties as the Director General of Human Resources Management.
I started my career as a civil servant, and my first posting was at the Ministry of Health and Sanitation, where I served as the Director of Donor Coordination in the Ministry of Health. It has been a very, very fruitful journey. Before the President graciously, in his magnanimity, appointed me to serve as the Director of the Public Sector Reform Unit.
Joined the civil service in February 2002, so that's like 24 years now. Since then, transcended from being a budget officer to becoming eventually 4 years later the Director of Budgets in the Ministry of Finance, a position which I held for almost 12 to 13 years until 2018, when I was also promoted to become Principal Deputy Financial Secretary, and then 2023, His Excellency the President appointed me to become Financial Secretary.
And I was the supervising cashier. That was at a very early age. I was doing my job to the best of my ability. I was also involved in buying gold for the Bank of Sierra Leone. That was very challenging. We were working in the provinces, Kono and Nagoka specifically.
I know I graduated in 1986 and started to work. And my first posting was really to the rural district as district medical officer in Pujao. That was like 1989. And I've been in the Ministry of Health from 1989, or working actively to about 2002 when I retired.
June 23rd is World Public Service Day.
This is the first time we are celebrating at national level, bringing in the president. And the reason behind it is for us to recognize outstanding public servants, both those who have retired and those who are in service.
I'm 100% in favor of it because it's a kind of motivation. It will motivate civil servants to deliver and work very hard. Again, it's a form of recognition. Having worked for a number of years in the service, going through the thick and thin of the service, at the end of your exit, is good for one to be recognized and be awarded.
People work selflessly, but the only thing you can sort of get is for them to be acknowledged. So the World Public Service Day is acknowledging people who have contributed all their life.
The public sector reform office is recognizing people who have been of service to the nation.
So these civil servants are there to help politicians to translate those plans into reality.
I think there is always a way where politicians, civil servants, or public officials can work together for the betterment of the country and for the holistic good in meeting the aspirations of the priorities of government.
Before this time, it has been an issue wherein people are not interested in the public service. I saw the attrition rate for civil servants every year. It's about 60% attrition. People are recruited within 6 months to 1 year. You have 50 to 60% of them rejecting the job, or they start the job or they leave for greener pastures.
People come within a year or two, they want everything. I mean, they just think coming into government or coming to the civil service, it means everything is just easy walkover. I should, in the next 6 months or 1 year, I should be driving the best car in town. I should have this, I should have that.
So my advice is that if you're determined to be an admin officer or elsewhere in the public service, make sure you serve diligently with standard. Irrespective of what comes in, with time, you will discover that you are always the winner.
I will commend them for aspiring to join the service. But
ladies and
realize that the service
can we please
is not
be seated?
a place for employment. It's a calling.
You must meet challenges. It's not.
Can we please be seated? Can we stop the movement now? Let's stop the movement and have all the doors closed. To have the full effect of the ACs, let's have all the doors closed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege and honor to bring in the Chief Minister of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. David Moinina Senge. Can we just rise to welcome him? Can we remain standing to show our love for this country by singing the national pledge? National pledge, please. Please remain standing.
Loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone, vow to serve her faithfully at all times, promise to defend her honor and good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom and prosperity, and promise to put her interest above all else. So help me God, so help me God.
Thank you, and please be seated. May God help us as we serve this beautiful nation, Sierra Leone. To proceed, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to bring to us God's servant that is coming to lead us in the Christian prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Bishop Haji Kamara is here to take us through. Bishop Haji, you are please welcome.
Good morning. Shall we all rise in prayer? We want to appreciate God for the Chief Minister. We thank God also for the Minister of Public Administration and all the noble and wonderful people that God has using in this nation to respectfully and to serve this nation in the service of the civil service. We thank God for their lives. Father, we want to thank you this morning. This is a remarkable day in this nation that we gather here today to demonstrate our love and our loyalty, diligence into what you have called us to serve in this capacity. We pray for wisdom across this nation. And we pray after today, there will be a shift in this nation. We pray for diligence. We pray for integrity in these realms, in the name of Jesus. We thank you. Let there be an open heaven upon this nation. And there will be a turnaround at the end of this session. Father, we thank you. Thank you for all the organizers. Thank you for all those that are putting their best to push this nation to the next level. We give you all the glory. We therefore commit this program for in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' matchless name we pray. Amen and amen. Please be seated. God bless you.
To take us further, I may want to call on a distinguished diplomat to lead us in the Muslim prayer. Ambassador Sule Durami, please.
Shall we all be upstanding and recite the Al-Fatiha, please? Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghayril maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amen. May the Lord of blessings and peace be upon this meeting and lead us into prosperous and fruitful discussions. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Before this program is called to order, let me use this opportunity to recognize the presence of the leadership of the public service in this hall this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to introduce to you the Director General of the Human Resource Management Office, Dr. Ansu Samuel Toka. Please, let's recognize him this morning. In this room this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have the head of the Civil Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Prince E.O. Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a man who served and was loaned to give us support in the transformation of the public service architecture. A man who has seen it all in the previous dispensation and now the present. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Public Service Commission, Mr. Kalilu Oba. With us from State House, the man that is in charge of public service delivery in the office of the president and attached to the office of the chief minister, Mr. Cyrus Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the man that is also responsible. He took us through the Muslim prayers and is in charge of training foreign civil servants and sending them across to represent our nation. Ambassador Sule Durami. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in this room the lieutenant, the support system for the Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, Philip Tetema Tundune. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished guest that came to support us. She's from IDEP, Senegal. She is here today to share stage with the Honorable Chief Minister, and she will be presenting a paper. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a singular opportunity to introduce Karima Buonomera Ben Sultan, the director of IDEP. She's here with us. Let's clap for her. And ladies and gentlemen, we have with us in this room our distinguished and esteemed permanent secretaries from ministry, departments, and agencies. Let's recognize them, permanent secretaries. Let's clap for them. Ladies and gentlemen, in this hall this morning, we have heads of departments, agencies within government. They are here represented. Let's put our hands together for our directors, director generals, CEOs, and other heads of institutions. You are most welcome. Most welcome. Thank you. So as we set the stage, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to introduce the man who championed reforms. This man, I heard the Minister of Planning and Economic Development talking something about him and saying that if all the 4 pillars within the big 5 game changers can thrive or succeed, then it hinges on public administration. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, In our introduction for the high level, I want to introduce to you the Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, Honorable Amara Kalon. And all our distinguished guests, you're welcome. Students from the university, you're welcome. We recognize you. And finally and lastly, ladies and gentlemen, our guest speaker, he will be introduced, but I will not make justice to this program without mentioning his name. He's our guest speaker for today and presenting a paper on behalf of government on Pillar 5. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a young man that is driving the transformation of critical agenda in this government. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Moinina Senge. So we start with the proceedings. And I'm going to declare the purpose why we're here today. Chief Minister, distinguished ministers, members of parliament, heads of institutions, development partners, senior and emerging public servants, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this important intergenerational dialogue symposium as part of commemorating of the World Public Service Day. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate public service, but to reflect deeply on its future. We meet at a defining moment when citizens are demanding more responsive institutions, better service delivery, greater transparency, and meaningful participation in governance. Across the world, public institutions are being challenged to adapt, innovate, and remain relevant in an era of rapid technological, social, and economic change. The theme for this year's dialogue, Transforming Public Institutions, Advancing Innovations, Participation and Inclusion, speaks directly to the aspiration of our nation and the future we seek to build. It reminds us that transformation is not only simple, but about introducing technologies or reforming structures. It is about creating institutions that are citizen-centered, agile, accountable, inclusive, and capable of delivering results for all. This gathering, ladies and gentlemen, is particularly significant because it brings together different generations of leaders and public servants. We have with us distinguished officials whose wisdom, experience, and dedication have shaped our public institution over the years. We are equally privileged to have young professionals, students, innovators, and future leaders whose ideas, energy, creativity will shape the public service of tomorrow. The strength of any nation lies in its ability to bridge experience with innovation, tradition with transformation, and leadership with participation. Today, we are creating that bridge. So for this purpose, this symposium is in threefold. One, to foster meaningful dialogue on how we can modernize and strengthen public institutions to meet the evolving needs of citizens and national development. Two, to provide a platform where different generations can exchange perspectives, share experiences, identify innovative solutions to public sector challenges. And number three, to inspire renewed commitment to building a public service that is inclusive, participatory, technologically enabled, and driven excellence, integrity, and result. As we engage in today's plenary discussion, let us move beyond speeches and embrace honest conversations. Let us challenge assumptions, and by the willingness of every generation to contribute to the common goal. I therefore invite our distinguished panelists, participants to engage openly, listen act attentively, contribute constructively as we collectively envision the next chapter of public sector transformation in Sierra Leone. With these remarks, and on behalf of the leadership of the public service, I am honored and privileged to officially invite you all to participate fully in this important national dialogue. Thank you, and I wish you a productive, fruitful, inspiring dialogue. Thank you, and God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into the goodwill and opening statements. To start with us this morning, we have the Director General of the Human Resource Management Office, Dr. Ansu Samuel Toka, to make the first statement. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Director of PSRU. The Chief Minister of the Government of Sierra Leone, Dr. Monina Senge, Ministers and Deputy Ministers of Government, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Secretary to the President, the Secretary to the Cabinet, who also doubles as Head of the Civil Service, the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, representative of the Inspector General of Police, the Director of the Public Sector Reform Unit, permanent secretaries and professional heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a humbly privilege to join you at this historic event marking the United Nations World Public Service Day here in Freetown. For the first time, Sierra Leone joins the global community in celebrating World Public Service Day, consistent with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 57277, which recognizes the values, virtues, and ethos of public service and the contributions of public servants to national development. This maiden observance aligns with the Sierra Leone government's medium-term National Development Plan 2024 to 2030, which identifies revamping the public service architecture as the fourth of the 5 big game changers. I acknowledge the visionary leadership of His Excellency, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Madabio, for giving the public service fresh impetus and strategic direction for establishing the Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs under the capable leadership of its dynamic minister, Mr. Amara Kalon. This platform has been created by His Excellency, and his vision is being translated into action by our minister and the organizing committee led by the Director of the Public Sector Reform Unit to recognize the work we do as public servants. As a prelude to tomorrow's celebration on 23rd of June, which has been declared as World Public Service Day, this symposium has been designed around this year's theme, and I quote, driving public service delivery through innovation, digitization for efficiency, transparency, and accountability. We are honored to have no less a person that our own very Chief Minister, Dr. Monina Senge, deliver a keynote on the topic, and I quote, transforming public institutions to address innovation, participation, and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering brings together ministers, honorary members of parliament, serving and retired public servants, development partners, academia, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to share insights of the future of Sierra Leone's public service. The cascading crises of recent years, most notably COVID-19 and the ongoing Gulf crisis, have revealed our shared vulnerabilities and interconnectedness. They have exposed human rights concerns, deepened fragilities and inequalities, and severely tested leadership and institutions at local, national, regional, and global levels. In response, digitization and innovations have helped sustain essential public services in areas of education, health, and social protection, and have strengthened partnerships between institutions and the people they serve. Across Africa, innovation is driving sustainable development and improving service delivery. It is not a luxury reserved for wealthy nations. It is an essential instrument for public institutions in developing countries, including Sierra Leone. This symposium, therefore, is both timely and necessary as we leverage technology, guided by the leadership of our Chief Minister, who has championed important innovations and digitization across our public sector architecture. In conclusion, the public service is the engine of the state, translating the aspirations of government and citizens into tangible results that benefit the wider populace. It's also the mirror of a nation's level of development. If you show me your public service, I will show you the level of development of any country. So therefore, celebrating World Public Service Day today gives all hard-working and dedicated servants courage and joy, affirming that our service is valued. As the Director General of the Human Resources Management Office, I reaffirm that human capital is our most prized asset. We can motivate and enhance performance through recognition, such as this, coupled with continuous professional development and fair accountability. Sustainable transformation of Sierra Leone's public service will come through innovation and technology that elevate service delivery. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for your attention, and I wish all of us a very fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Let's clap for him again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce our two moderators who will be here later today. We have Umar Fofana, a very popular voice in Sierra Leone. He'll be moderating the first session. Mr. Umar Fofana, you are most welcome. Second, we have the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Madam Josephine, who will be also moderating the second session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in this room, again joining us, I just saw her coming in, the Deputy Minister of Public Assets, Madam Queen Fofana, you are most welcome. The Director or the General Manager of Sierra Leone Housing Corporation, you are most welcome again. The Head of Tripartite Secretariat, I see him, he's in the room. You are most welcome, Mr. Golo Carter, you are welcome. All right, to take us through again, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the program. And now I'm going to bring to you the advisor to the President on public matters. He's no less a person, ladies and gentlemen.
It is the public sector that provides the enabling environment in terms of legislation and security for all of them to strive. With that at the back of the mind of all of us, permit me to bring you greetings from His Excellency the President, who joins all of us here in spirit as we gather to reflect the institution and the career that takes the weight of governance in this country, the public service of Sierra Leone. This symposium is not a ceremonial occasion. It is a working session convened at a decisive moment in our country's development journey to ask a hard question, honestly, is our public service equipped to deliver Sierra Leone we have promised to our people? Are we equipped? Are we prepared? By the end of the 2 days, we'll have the answer. The theme before us, transforming the public service for inclusion in governance, innovation, sustainable national development, is deliberately ambitious. It reflects the conviction of His Excellency the President that no development plan, however well designed, can outperform the institution that is charged to implement it. The medium-term national development plan for 2024 to 2030 sets out the government's big 5 game changers, and every one of them From feed salad to human capital development, economic transformation, energy, and improving the business environment for youth and environment depends entirely on the public service that can plan, deliver, and account for results. Let me be direct on development. Ladies and gentlemen, as we plan, we build on the premise that government must move from rhetoric to delivery. That paradigm shift cannot happen through political will alone. It requires a public service that is professionally, digitally enabled, performance-driven, and giving responsive to citizens in every district, children, and ward. This is why the government has invested in the Public Service Reform Unit, the new Wages and Compensation Commission to harmonize the conditions of service for public servants, and the transformation of the Civil Service Training College into a highly full-fledged public service academy. These are not bureaucratic adjustments. They are the foundation strikes of a public service capable of carrying the Big Five forward. We must also be honest about this, and we still fall short. Citizens continue to experience delays, fragmented service, and inconsistent standards across institutions. Too many young, talented Sierra Leoneans still need to be in the public service as a place for limited opportunity. But today, let us start to see the civil service as a place for very big opportunities. No time in the history of this country have we had so much people moving from the private sector to the public sector than now. That is to the credit of His Excellency the President. When interviews are being conducted in the Public Service Commission, there are more people moving from the private sector, either because they are not satisfied or above all because of insecurity of tenure. The fact that the public service gives you security of tenure tells you it is not for us to serve, but it is not for us to work, but for us to serve. For the safety and for the continuity of this country, we encourage all of you, the best of realms to come. History has it that the public service of Sierra Leone used to service the public service of the entire West Africa. They schooled here, they came here for trainings, and even when we go to compete, they know that we are the best in our lots. Let's talk about inclusive governance. Inclusive governance means a public service that reaches the fishermen in Bons, the traders in Kwendu, the farmers in Falaba with the same quality of service available in Freetown. It means strengthening local councils, deepening decentralization, and enhancing and ensuring that women, youth, and persons with disability are not just beneficiaries of policy, but active participants in shaping it. His Excellency the President has been clear that good governance is not a slogan. It is measured in the timeliness of a birth certificate, the transparency of a land transformation, and the fairness of a procurement process. Innovation is no longer optional. The digitization of human resource systems, the rollout of e-governance platform, and the integration of data across ministries, departments, of agencies are all central in reducing waste, curbing corruption, and speeding up service delivery. I urge every permanent secretary, all heads of departments in this room, to treat digital transformation and IT projects confined in one unit, not confined in one unit, but as a leadership responsibility that squarely rests on our desks. Finally, sustainability. The reform we pursue must outlive any single administration. This is why the enactment of Sierra Leone's first Public Act, the revision of the civil service rules, the institutionalization of merit-based recruitment and performance management are so important. We are not building for one term of government. We are building institutions strong enough to carry Sierra Leone through 2030 and beyond. To every public servant in the hall and across the 16 districts, the National Development Plan will not be delivered by ministries alone. It is to be delivered by all of us, district officers, the provincial secretaries, and even the local service providers at the least end of this country. I therefore charge all of us that this symposium should not only produce communiques, but commitments, concrete, time-bound, anchored to the fact that institutions represented here will take back to the decks on Monday morning next week. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I thank our development partners for our continued confidence in Sierra Leone's reform agenda. And I thank each and every one of us today. Let this symposium mark a turning point, a public service that is more inclusive in governance, bolder in innovation, and unwavering in its commitment to a sustainable prosperity to Sierra Leone. As I wish you all, just have in mind that the public service is the driver and not the engine. I thank you.
Wow, public service. Thank you so much, the Secretary to President. We continue with the statement. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through again, we are now coming to listen to the political leadership of the ministry, and we are bringing in the Deputy Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs. But before that, quickly, Mr.
Chief Minister, ministers, deputy ministers, civil society members, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished participants. Good morning and very welcome to you all. It is my singular honor and privilege on behalf of my Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister Amara Kalon, to welcome you to this important symposium, marking the observance of the World Public Service Day 2026. Today, we gather not only to celebrate the invaluable contributions of public servants to national development, but also to reflect on the transformative role of the public service in advancing good governance, promoting accountability, and delivering quality services to the people of Sierra Leone. This symposium forms part of the 5-day national commemoration dedicated to recognizing the commitment, sacrifice, resilience, and professionalism of public servants across this country. Since the commencement of activities on the 19th June, public servants have come together in prayer, fellowship, and wellness activities, demonstrating the unity and shared purpose that continue to define our public service. The overwhelming participation of public institutions, ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as our esteemed development partners and stakeholders, is a testimony to the collective commitment towards strengthening Sierra Leone's public service architecture and fostering a culture of excellence in service delivery. Distinguished guests, this year's observance comes as a pivotal moment in our nation's governance trajectory. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Julius Maada Bio, public service reform remains a cornerstone of the government's development agenda. Through the establishment of the Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs and the implementation of strategic reforms, we are witnessing a paradigm shift towards a more efficient, professional, accountable, and citizen-centric public service. Today's symposium provides a valuable platform for robust policy dialogue, knowledge sharing, and intellectual engagement on innovations and reforms that will shape the future of public administration in Sierra Leone. I therefore encourage all participants to engage meaningfully in the discussions and contribute ideas that will further strengthen our institutions and improve service delivery outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate today, let us remember that public service is both privilege and sacred responsibility. The progress of our nation depends significantly on the dedication, integrity, and competence of those entrusted with the responsibility of serving the public. Permit me also to draw your attention to tomorrow's grand final of the World Public Service Day celebration, the Public Service Award ceremony, where His Excellency the President will honor deserving past and present public servants whose exemplary service, professionalism, and unwavering commitment have contributed immensely to nation building. We look forward to celebrating these distinguished men and women whose contributions continue to inspire excellence throughout the public service. On behalf of the Ministry of Public Administration and Political Affairs and stakeholders who have supported this year's commemoration, your collaboration reinforces our collective resolve to build a modern, responsive, and high-performing public service. Once again, welcome to this symposium. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and successful event. I thank you.
Let's clap for him once more, please. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very important moment in this celebration for today. We are going to listen to a paper that will be delivered on the transformation of Sierra Leone's public service. And to bring that person and to introduce him.
Holiday to serve his people in Samaland. By academic training, our keynote speaker is an engineer, a scientist, and an innovator. He was trained at Harvard in biomedical engineering and engineering sciences, and at the MIT Media Lab in biomechatronics. His graduate work, including his PhD in 2016, focused on computational design prosthetic interfaces. Long before high public office, his work was already delivering public value. At MIT, he invented next-generation comfortable prosthetics sockets using MRI, 3D printing, and data-driven modeling to reduce pain and pressure for amputees. Part of that was driven by what he saw back home during the Civil War. The work earned him the 2014 Leamington MIT National Collegiate Graduate Student Prize. His commitment to practical innovation had also served communities beyond the classroom and laboratory. In college, he co-founded Lebon Solutions, an award-winning DET-powered microbial fuel cell technology designed to provide off-grid electricity. In graduate school, he co-founded Innovate Salon, Innovate Kenya, and Innovate Cape Town, helping thousands of young people to become problem solvers and innovators. Many of those young people who went on to work in Innovate Salon are today in public service. At IBM Research Africa, he served as a researcher and research manager on AI-enabled health systems. During Sierra Leone's 2014 Ebola crisis, he worked on IBM's SMS and voice citizen reporting system with mobile networks operators and the Open Government Initiative, helping citizens report concerns through technology. He also developed IBM-assigned patent technologies in text, speech, and message analysis. This record of transforming ideas into public benefit prepared him for service at the highest level of government. He served as Sierra Leone's first Chief Innovation Officer, where he started the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation and helped lead it into a globally recognized national institution. He then served as a Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, President Bio's flagship ministry and development agenda from 2019 to 2023, where he managed 22% of the government of Sierra Leone budget, oversaw more than $200 million in grant funding and advanced reform that improved learning outcomes in Sierra Leone. Under his leadership at the Ministry of Education, the ministry received the Best Minister Award from President Bio and the government of Sierra Leone in 2020. He was also named the World Best Minister at the World Government Summit in 2003 in Dubai, UAE. His public service has been recognized internationally. He served on the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration from 2021 to 2025 and co-chaired the United Nations Transforming Education Summit in 2022. In his current role, he coordinates delivery across government, leads critical engagement with the opposition and international and moral guarantors, and serves as a primary bridge between the government and citizens. His journey reflects the theme before us today: a public service that is inclusive in purpose, innovative in method, and sustainable in impact. He is widely published as an author and researcher with highly cited peer-reviewed work across biomechatronics, data-driven computational design, education, engineering, policy, global health, artificial intelligence, and beyond. He's the author of the 2023 book, Radical Inclusion, whose message speaks directly to today's theme. His contribution has earned him global recognition, including Forbes 30 Under 30 in Technology in 2013, the Weird Smart List in 2013, third fellow in 2024, a senior third fellow in 2016, and Time 100 Next Leaders Honor in 2023. I can go on and on and on and on. But let me cut it short. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest of honor and keynote speaker, the Chief Minister of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Dr. David Moinina Senge.
Such deep institutional knowledge of the human resource machinery, and he represents the finest tradition of disciplined public service, a career built on coordination, administrative resourcefulness, seriousness, and the quiet but essential work that government has to do for the people. I want to deviate a little bit and point out something that might not be so obvious to people in the room. Between the 5 people I recognized earlier, they have between them 200 years of experience in the public service. Mr. Keuba, and they all started as junior admin officers. Mr. Keuba has 42 years. Served all across this country and rose to being the chair of the Public Service Commission. Mr. Baba Fortune has over 33 years, served across multiple ministries, rose to secretary to the vice president before he became secretary to the president. Mr. Prince Iko, 33 years, worked in every ministry, office of the chief minister, most recently the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Agriculture, and now Secretary to Cabinet. Dr. Ansu Toka, 33 years, started in the Ministry of Finance and rose to lead HRMO. Mr. Mohamed Dabo, he's the younger amongst them, and he started across all ministries, was recently the DG, Ministry of Defense, and now the secretary to the vice president. And if you put all of these guys together, the financial secretary and our minister himself, who served in the service for 11 years, you have over 200 years of experience. I say this because often it is misunderstood and assumed that you rise to the top not through hard work and service and commitment. And it is also often misunderstood that the people who lead our country don't know what they're doing. But if you look through these people who I have named, you will see that even if you closed your eyes, even if you wanted to not go by the books, it will be inappropriate to not have them be the leaders of our institutions. So I want us to give a round of applause and recognition to all of these people who we have here today. His Excellency President Dr. Julius Maada Bio, himself a champion of public sector reform, will be here tomorrow. So I'm not here to speak for him. I'm here to speak on my own stead, to present and speak on public service. Today is not just about the opening of another symposium. Today is a declaration that Sierra Leone cannot deliver on food security without capable institutions. We cannot create jobs for our young people without a public service that understands urgency and integrity. We cannot deepen human capital development without teachers helping one connecting Kono and Kailan over the weekend. When they don't exist, we know and feel it when we sit in those tiny boats. Airports are visible, but systems, mandates, procedures, signatures, records, reports, incentives, ethics, data, and coordination are often invisible. And that make what they can say not to data we they eat. It is our responsibility to explain to people that it is those data that lead to the roads that we drive on. Because when the data fails, when we cannot plan where to put the community healthcare center, when we do not know which teachers are missing in the classroom, we can't get quality education, and our mothers and sisters will die when they go to give birth. It is important that the architecture, the system, the paperwork is given as much importance as the outcomes and outputs. Because the citizen does not experience government as a cabinet paper, I, as Chief Minister, evaluate the ministries on number of cabinet papers. I need to do that because we need to write the cabinet papers that lead to the agreements that are laid in Parliament that manifest themselves in the roads that we drive on. Those citizens experience government through long lines when they go to get a passport, through an unnecessary form that they feel in the labor ward when their women are in pain. We experience governance in classrooms that don't have any chalks, through healthcare centers with no healthcare workers, or when we go to visit our local councils and there's no information on registering a business. And for our elders and the poor in rural areas, they experience governance through delayed social protection payment. So when we truly speak about transforming the public service architecture, we're not speaking just about administrative theory and processes. We're speaking about the daily dignity of Sierra Leoneans, and that really is each and every one of us. Because when the system fails in Waterloo and you're stuck in traffic, nobody cares whether you're a permanent secretary or secretary to the president or chief minister. You're just an ordinary citizen. When you're walking by the beach and some young person who has taken drugs comes and mobs you, they don't care that you're a commissioner in the Public Service Commission. You're really just a citizen who they can mob. And when you're out in the market and somebody puts in a cup and they put candle inside the cup to sell you 1 cup of rice, they don't care that you're a nurse who's going to save their children the next day. You're just an ordinary citizen. So we're speaking about time, we're speaking about trust, we're speaking about accountability to each other. We're here speaking about whether policy becomes reality. And as I often say in government when I get invited to these events, delivery is what counts. And so people laugh when I say, together we will deliver. It is not a catchphrase. It is a mentality. It is how I wake up every day. It is a commitment that together we will work every day, every hour, every second to ensure that we have a more just society. It is not an announcement. It is not through the speeches that I give. It is that when I show up at the office, the secretary to the president calls and comes down to see me, or I go to see him, and we meet in the hallway and we speak about what work that needs to happen. That is the commitment that we have. It is that the chairman of Public Service Commission will call at 3 p.m. and say, are you in the office? Hop into his car and come to meet me there. That is what we mean by together we will deliver. It is that our institutions are coordinated, our systems are integrated, and our leadership is consistent and intentional. These sessions is that we must practice ethical professionalism. We must embrace digital innovation. And to really put it in plain terms, not to politics, not to because Chief Minister and SLPP they make enough for listening to what the Chief Minister they say. This is about our lives. Not so because you say the people there, you not get iPhone, you know, push button phone you get, means say you know for care about technology and connectivity. Technology offers the multiplier. And not so because you salary na 1,000 leons means say you know for be accountable. Accountability in the system builds trust and builds confidence so that when you go to the next police station, you can know that the police officer that you meet there is going to work and give you justice no matter who you are. This is where political leadership comes in. It is absolutely necessary that our leaders are able to prioritize, to give direction, and set the urgency. His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio is doing just that. He's providing the political expediency. He's ensuring that loyalty and competence is rewarded. And he is holding us accountable to our own commitments to the people. To the leaders who are in the room, including all of us who hold public office, and yes, you nurse, you also hold a public office, different level. Our responsibility is clear. We must protect professionalism. We must not ask public servants to choose between their oath and their job. We must reward competence. We must respect evidence. And we must create the space for honest advice and feedback. We must practice true inclusion. I call it radical inclusion. A principle that offers everyone an opportunity to reach his or her fullest potential. The cleaner who works must be the best cleaner that they can be. The secretary who types our letters must be the best secretary that she can become, no matter who they are, no matter their background. And I'll share a simple story. My mother did not go to college. My mother's father, Teacher Lahai, who I'm named after, worked across the entire country in education. My mother joined the service as a grade 2 clerk in Pujan. And when she moved to Bo, she still went to the Ministry of Education and served many ministers who came way before I was born. She grew to become the head of clerks in the Ministry of Education. I learned how to type on her typewriter. I went to her office to eat yogurt And when I went, I maybe waited as the ministers of education visited the office in Bo. Many years later, that grade 2 clerk who worked diligently, who took her simple pay salary, who went to the office every day on time, came to visit me in my office when I became the Minister of Education. Our responsibility and our commitment should be to the profession and not the paycheck and not the grade, because we must believe in the principle of fairness, equity, competence, and service. Let me speak a little bit about technology, because I'm also the Chief Innovation Officer. Just this past weekend, on Friday, I was in Rome, where I was speaking on what they call AI sovereignty, artificial intelligence. And I spoke there about Sierra Leone's journey. I didn't tell them that actually our nurses now in different parts of the country are testing ultrasound, for which the results are analyzed by AI and saving our mothers' lives. But I told them about the pilots that we have in Port Loco, where our students are using AI, Gemini, for guided learning, and the results show that they are gaining an additional 1.2 years of learning in mathematics. Sierra Leone is not waiting for the world to evolve and to get handouts. We are pioneering AI technology in public service alongside countries like Italy, driven with private sector Google DeepMind. But I am responsible for judgment. Technology must strengthen the human decision that we make. Technology will not make those decisions for us, and we as humans will be responsible for the consequences of our decisions. Technology alone will not save us. A bad process digitized is still a bad process, only faster and compounded. A corrupt system digitized can only become more corrupt at scale. A confusing form placed online is still confusing, and worse, because now you have to upload, is it a 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, 5 megabyte file? How does my grandmother in the village even know? So digital transformation must begin with institutional transformation. We must simplify before we digitize. We must integrate before we automate. We must protect privacy as we expand access. We must make sure that digital governance and AI do not create a new divide between those who have and those who do not have. This is why the reform agenda must focus on the foundations. Let me name a few. We must review our mandates, remove duplication, clarify roles, and ensure that MDAs are structured for delivery, not confusion. When mandates overlap, accountability disappears. When everyone is responsible, no one takes accountability. We must do this with brutal honesty. Second, because our citizens must remain the most important assets of why we exist as public servants, we must recruit on merit. You know, His Excellency always speaks about malpractice. If as parents, we help our child pass illegally WAS, and we go and we bribe the teachers and they graduate from the nursing school, and they go to the ministry, and we go, well, I know the Public Service Commission does not get bribed, but you go, you pressure them, and you find all kinds of ways, and your nurses, and you make this child become a nurse. When they go to the hospital, and your own child needs to go and deliver, will that be the nurse that you want to be on duty when your child goes to deliver? When the police officer who does not graduate from college uses his or her last name and connection to the DIG and gets promoted, goes to your house when you have experienced burglary, will that be the police officer that you want to manage the file that gets submitted to them? It is our responsibility that we create pathways for young professionals, women, persons with disabilities, and every Sierra Leonean at home and in the diaspora, so they can contribute to national development based on competence. Third, we must coordinate across government. The hardest problems we face today does not belong to one ministry. Food security cuts across agriculture, finance, trade, roads, bridges, healthcare, and technology. Youth employment cuts across skills, public sector, creative industries, digital innovation. And so we must be intentional to call our neighbors and the PS in some other ministry, even if you don't feel that it affects their work. If we do not leave this siloed, na me work this, na me own responsibility this, na me get this portfolio, if we don't leave that, we cannot transform our country. We must coordinate. Now, one going SP we get, then can provoke, then say Chief Minister, now the SP for Minister, then one going SP we get, and Secretary to the President. My work and my office, not to be SP for Minister then or Ministry then. My work is to facilitate and make it easier to coordinate across government. But that's my job. It's also your job within the levels and cadres that you occupy. Which brings me to the fourth point, performance management and accountability. Also a report card with a GIO where they do evaluation, where we they call retreat, not to forgo punish person we do this or not do that. Yes, accountability exists, but it's for us to hold each other accountable and to grow. Because when we measure and what we measure and how we measure matters, we must know what the targets are, what the benchmarks are, and how we're moving to those targets. So it is not helpful when you say, but nothing no better no happen yet. Where the quality education are the same, Bo. What are you comparing against? What are you evaluating our teachers against? Perform best when they get and you can leave Falaba and go to McKinney, apply for your passports, get your passports, and go back. You don't have to come to Freetown. You can do that in Kenema. You don't have to come to Freetown. Seventh, His Excellency is a champion of inclusion, gender equality, social inclusion. That should manifest itself in the public and civil service. Everyone, people with disability, poor people, should be accounted for and supported to grow. It is important that we understand that when we build systems that work for the most rural, for the most excluded, for the poor, when we practice radical inclusion, we improve the quality for all of our lives. And ladies and gentlemen, it is this architecture that we're here to speak to and that we're here to build. The policy direction is there. The medium-term national development plan is set. It is left with us in the room to ensure an efficient, professional delivery on that mandate. That reform path must include reviewing policies and legal frameworks that we'll learn about over the next 2 days, developing a public service act and regulation and architecture that we'll get exposed to, and a commitment and accountable mandate that we'll hold each other to over the next couple of days. But I must end with a set of warnings. Plans do not implement themselves. Documents do not deliver. Systems do not make things happen. It is us, the humans, the leaders in this room. That's why this matters. That's why I'm here. That's why we all are here. Not just to diagnose, but to make a commitment to each other that we will deliver a more just, inclusive, and prosperous Sierra Leone. We're here to align behind that commitment. We're here to act. And to all of us in the room, public servants, permanent secretaries, nurses, teachers, students, I want to end where the Secretary to the President hinted at, that there are more and more people leaving the private sector to join the public service. It's not enough. We want many more. We want the brightest minds. We want the best engineers, the best lawyers, the best accountants, the best architects. We want them in the public sector. Because when we deliver in the public sector, we deliver for each other. He said they are the drivers of the vehicle for which the private sector delivers the engine. I told him that they are the mechanics. They are the ones who are making the car by itself, the bodywork. They are making the tires. They are making the rim. They are making every part. Because there is absolutely no delivery without a committed technical public service that is committed to delivering for the people. We must do so through reform and ask three simple questions. Will this reform reduce the time, cost, and burden that our citizens face? Not us, not me, not Chief Minister, but the citizen who's in Mongo. We must ask the integrity test. The decision we're about to make every day, the decisions we commit to every day, will it withstand audit, public scrutiny, and the conscience? When I was joining the service from private sector, one of my friends told me, he said, you know, your problem is not that you really know what to do. Your problem is that you will break rules. You will break bureaucratic rules. I must say that the times when I have broken those rules, I have still done it the right way. I have still done it within the processes that exist and within the laws. It is our commitment that we must ask the final question, which is, when we have made a decision and decided that this decision will impact citizens across the country, we must pause and say, what will measure the impact of this delivery? By when? By who?
You have laid the foundation to crystallize our discussions today. Your message is very clear. And I believe with the over 200 years of experience of the leadership of the public service, I believe that experience is coming into play. We can only make it work to adapt and to make the public service a better place. We'll continue to serve and provide a service to our people. On that note, thank you very much, Chief Minister, again, for laying the foundations for our discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a very important segment, and I'm going to bring you somebody, but I'm going to read his resume. He's a familiar voice in this country. He went to primary school in Bumpe and went to Jama Secondary School in Kono. He proceeded to Benevolent Islamic Secondary School in Makeni before entering for Abbey College, where he studied English, French, and international relations. He got his journalism training in Liberia, Senegal, Kenya, and Tunisia. He has been a journalist for 30 years working for various local and international media outlets, most notably the BBC and Reuters. He also works as a freelance reporter for Al Jazeera. In addition to his freelance foreign correspondent role, he is the consultant managing director, presently, for AYV News Empire. He's a founding presenter and producer for West Africa Democracy Radio, which is based in Senegal. He had edited various newspapers in Freetown before becoming a broadcaster. He worked for UN Radio in Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, our facilitator for this program is Umar Fofana. Umar Fofana has won several awards. Are you clapping for him? Has several awards, both local and international, including the prestigious Peabody in the US for his work. He's a leader, having been overwhelmingly elected president of FBC Student Association. He's a co-founder of Free Media Group, which owns political newspaper and has involved in strengthening independent journalism. Ladies and gentlemen, Umar Fofana, the voice of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. Umar, welcome. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the CM is leaving us now. Well, please, this important event or this important segment is very important. I now hand over to Umar Fofana to take us through.
Good morning. Since I'm the tallest man to stand here today. Good morning. Oh, afternoon, actually. It's 12:09. All right, thank you very much. It's my honor to be here. Before, I just want to quickly add to what I was introduced as. And it's interesting, I'm not sure where the boss of PRSP got all that information from, but one of the lines that I picked up that was very powerful in the Chief Minister's speech was the bit about his mother, who had worked as a clerk in the Ministry of Education, where he had gone to spend some time after school, just for the mom to visit him when he became minister. That's very powerful, and it speaks to the power of education. On that note, I just want to speak a little bit, but before I do, let me call the panelists here that should join me for this program. The chairs have been idling here since we started. So, is Dr. Julia Sandy here? Mr. K. Oba, please take a seat. If you don't clap for him, then you'd have done injustice to public service. Anyway, sir, thank you. And the doyen of diplomacy, Ambassador Sule Darami. The legend of history, Professor Joedi Ali. Speaking of the public service architecture, the others will fall in just easily, seamlessly. Because if we fix the public architecture, public service architecture, the district agric officer in the districts will be compelled to do their job correctly. And if they do, we will have enough food that is produced in all the corners of Sierra Leone. My friend who works for IRC at the top level for over a decade, retired recently, and he went back to Nimikoro Chiefdom, where I was born, my home. And he started farming. It's hugely capital intensive, and he struggles with extension services to the point that he has to be bringing in people from Jala University to help him farm. So I'm sure that if the public service architecture was really strengthened and restructured and functions as it should be, then a lot more will be done in the sector of agriculture. And I tell you that if the public service architecture is strengthened, the way some people work at EDSA by stealing electric connection for clients who pay to them and not to the state will be dealt with. Probably in that case, we will sit down as a nation and say, and we are told that, look, let us try to unbundle the energy sector. What happens if we attempted to run the energy sector the way we were running the telecommunication sector? In this case, those who generate electricity, for good reason, we have a panel here of people who've worked in the public service for decades. And probably apart from only one, the others are not in that political appointment sector. And apart from another one who's been elected, the others are not political. And I'd like them to share their experience with us. How much political expediency existed in the public service, Ambassador Rami, when you worked there for many, many years?
Thank you very much. The chief minister, when in his closing, he says, one of his friends told him, your own problem where you get where you go into that public life, you get for broke the rules. You get for doing differently. And this is exactly where I want to come in. Tension between public / civil servants and politicians and political leadership. This is the problem we in Sierra Leone have not been able to manage since independence. I must say the tension between public or civil service, between them and politicians, exists all over the world. All over the world. But it is how you manage that tension that assists development in a country. Politics demands result. When I hear Chief Minister talk, speed and follower satisfaction, the one that we get for vote for them. While we bureaucrats, we demand process, rules, and long view of the process. Now, this is completely two different. Effective governance happens when political demands this speed, this political followers' satisfaction, and with bureaucratic practices when they converge, where nobody is the leader. Nobody not succeed. No other one not tell you, say, but I pass on. Now we're not the politician or the civil servant go there. But let them go no more and then go meet where we there. This is the nexus of the problem we've had in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, we have struggled with the management of this convergence for decades. For decades. Because of numerous factors, some of which we are going to capture in our discussions today. I'm glad that we are given this opportunity to share our perspectives. And I would want to just give my own experiences I've had to. For example, political leadership and bureaucratic neutrality. What is bureaucratic neutrality? In Sierra Leone, when you are neutral, honest, sincere in the advice you give to politicians, they say this one not to party there. You know, they support we. Politics sets directions, they make choices, but for them to succeed, they must have effective and honest and sincere advisors in the service. For this one story, I'll give definitive examples. For example, NACIT and NRA. These are bold political decisions taken by political leaders for them to establish in this country. But they were backed by solid, honest, sincere, and professional advice by professionals. And what did we see? These institutions have outlived even the political creators. Pakabadon died, Nambring or two. All the civil servants who were members of the initial setup of these institutions are retired, some are dead, most of whom are still alive. But these institutions today are perhaps the most effective economic and social drivers of our development in this country. So my take is political expediency and professionalism must converge on a compromise and agree on the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Augustine, I'll come to you. You are a consummate public servant, stroke civil servant. Probably, do you want to help us with understanding what the difference is between the civil servant and the public servant? Admittedly, I struggled with this when I met the PRSP to discuss this symposium.
Thank you very much. The public service is a totality of the infrastructure that runs government. And this is inclusive of all institutions that are funded from the public fund and resources that are also provided by partners. And therefore, you are there to ensure that you work together with all other institutions to deliver the services that the people required and also provide the capabilities that will ensure that they have the enabling environment for them to thrive. Now, when you talk about the civil service, that is the main machinery that supports the executive in policy formulation, in policy implementation, in resource management, and they are like the nexus. In other words, they are the real nerve of the public service because they manage the resources and they provide advice to the political class. So they are also, they have their own regulations. Now we will have the code. In our own time, we have the general orders. And when we came initially, there were institutions that were under the mainstream civil service, like the police and the correctional services regulations.
Okay, all right,
so
thanks.
That's the difference.
Yeah, staying with you, when you were in the civil service, how much political interference existed? And how do you navigate your way out of it?
Well, I would say we came into the service towards the end of the era when the state was static. What I meant was that at the time when we were entering, the state was everything. Ministers would fly flags. Even the chairman of the Public Service Commission used to fly flags. So people were very intimidated by the civil service, or sorry, by by government, because ministers were very, very powerful. But then we now entered into democratic dispensation when the 1991 Constitution was promulgated by late President Momo. But unfortunately, when he actually ushered in the new Constitution, it did not take long when the NPRC took over. And so there was this interregnum. But then after the interregnum, when Pakaba came, that was the time democratic elections were held. And we moved from the cabinet system of government to a mixed breed of the presidential and cabinet, although this is a presidential system. But when you look at the structure, they did not dismantle the civil service structure that existed. All the Constitution did was to make provisions for the functioning of ministries by conferring authority for leadership to ministers and management to permanent secretaries. Because there's, I think section 62 or so states that the minister provides direction and control, which means he provides the leadership. And subject to that direction and control, the ministry was under the supervision of a permanent secretary. So he formed the bureaucracy or the agents of government that should provide both they should provide technical and managerial advice to ministers. And they also manage the resources. That is why you find out that when it comes to issues of audit, it is the bureaucracy that is audited, because they are the ones that are recruited based on their knowledge, skills, and their competencies. And it is expected that they should advise the ministers as to how they should carry out their duties in terms of resource allocation and in terms of managing resources, procurement, and all the rest of it. But as reforms usher in, there were also institutions that were created, even the civil service itself. It was no longer the permanent secretary having all the authority, but you now have specialized agencies like the procurement unit, the finance, the HR, the human resource. Because initially the human resource was all under the permanent secretary, and you only have the personnel manager who would normally provide him with the support that he requires.
And how much did those reforms?
So if you are to ask me, I would say that the leverage was there, but it depended on the candor of the officer who was head of administration. And you have this thing they call the postings committee, which actually should be the work of the Public Service Commission, but a structure was created within the civil service, and you have the Civil Service Steering Committee, who take advice on deployment of staff. And so permanent secretaries were subject to postings or removal in the event they were reported by their ministers to the leaders of the civil service. So it was the leadership of the civil service themselves.
Did you suffer that yourself? Did you get tossed around because of political,
I had my own nemesis. Thank God we have been separated now.
What do you mean?
When I was permanent secretary, I happened to go to Jimpa, where I realized that the public service has evolved, and that you need now to be more public and less generic. You need to be more normative and more people-centered.
You're very diplomatic.
So,
I want us to be very straightforward with this.
So as a result...
Let's be really realistic here. What's your nemesis? What happened to you that sort of appeared to have been political interference in your work as a civil servant?
Well, when I came back and I was posted to, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, where the minister was very happy that he has got somebody with the competencies to support him to run the ministry. But then his deputy saw me as a threat, because hitherto they had somebody who was not very efficient. And so the fact that I proved to have the competencies to coordinate and manage both the professional staff and the administrators became a concern to that deputy minister, because they were of the view that because the competencies at that time were not very strong, so they could actually mortgage the role of civil servants. And I stood my grounds. For example, the first experience I got, there was this contract to bring in 15 tractors, $15 million from the Exim Bank of India. And they had gone to India and arranged for a contractor to supply those items. And when I came, I said, the matter should go through due procurement process. And we had an impasse, and the matter was reported to the president. So we went before President Kuroma, and they made their case. But I was bold enough to tell the president that if due process was observed and competitive procurement was undertaken, we'll have better value for money. So the ministers were shocked that a civil servant could be bold enough to speak to before the president on an issue that was within his purview.
Did the president protect you?
The president actually called the then head of procurement and asked him to review the entire arrangement. And he came out with the same result like myself. But then they went to the then head of the civil service and told him that I was not their part of, I do not belong to their political party, and therefore I was obstructing their work. So the then head of the civil service, who incidentally was my own brother, removed me from the ministry and took me to the vice president's office. You know, so
that sounds like a promotion.
not a promotion. I worked as an assistant to the secretary to the vice president. It was more or less a redundant office. Okay. Then, whilst I was there, other people came and made serious, they put a very strong case for me. Then I was posted to the Ministry of Energy and Water Resources. And then, lo and behold, we had another Exim Bank of India contract for water.
Again.
And the same contractors emerged for the same amount of money. There again, I stood my grounds. And the then minister also made a representation that this man is an obstructionist because he does not want us to do things the way we want. So I was removed from there and sent to the Ministry of Works, and so forth and so on. So I had to sacrifice myself. I said, if this is what I have to pay for standing my grounds, then I have no option but to pay the price.
All right.
Because as a Christian, I believe that there is no glory without the cross.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Augustine Sheko. Mr. Keoba, did that ring a bell? There's a microphone here. There's a mic. Did Mr. Sheko's experience ring a bell? You yourself having worked for very long in the service. Did you face any such because of perceptions of your political orientation? Please use this.
Well, in fact, I faced more serious ones than himself. Incidentally, he's a very good officer. He served under me at a point in a very critical ministry, the Ministry of Defense. In fact, but you see, like this last sentence he made, a true public officer, a civil servant, one thing you should be sure about is have a self-introspection of yourself. Are you ready to serve? Are you sincere with yourself? If you are sincere with yourself, I don't think you should have fear. In fact, when I was in the Ministry of Trade, we had a minister that was, by all indication, I'll call him cantankerous. In the interest of good relationship, we did certain things off the curve, just to maintain a good relationship. But he felt it was his due. It came to a point, after careful consideration with my staff, I had to engage him. I said, what we are doing to you is not legal. But unfortunately, you're taking this as a question of right. We are going to stop offering you what you've been offering because it's off the cuff.
What have you been offering?
Fuel. We used to give him extra fuel, let's say a drum of fuel every weekend.
So him personally?
Oh, yes. He went, in the interest of good relations, like I said, he would meet me and say, I have so many commitments. And to us, then it was not too bad, we did that. But when I realized that it's becoming a little bit notorious, I was bold enough to face him and engage him directly. I said, Mr. Minister, this thing we've been doing is not legal. We are just doing it off the cuff. But I want you to understand, we'll stop this one henceforth, and you'll have your normal quota, but this one will not continue with it. Because it has already depleted the stock we had to be going on track. Because by then, the economy was not liberalized. We had this ocean to go to the provinces, watch situations for ourselves and so forth. But as God will have it, he wrote 3 letters, 2 letters about me to the then president, that President Kaba. The 3rd letter, when it went in the wisdom of President Kaba, he gave it to the then Secretary to the President, Mr. James Ali, to bring this letter to me so that I will respond to the barrage of allegations that were levied against me. Brought this letter that morning. He said, President asked me to hand over this letter so that you respond. When he went back, an hour later, they rang me to say, respond in fitting terms. So they gave me, that means there should be no fear. Let me behave like a seasoned administrator. Indeed, I must say I went to town. And President Kaba, in his wisdom, invited both of us. Said, what is the background to this? Well, you should know a sitting president, he has a lot of things. So he couldn't face, he was dabbling, he couldn't face the reality. And when I was asked to respond, I made the facts very bare. I said, in the interest of good relationship, a minister and his permanent secretary should have a very good working relation. In fact, you are the principal advisor to him. You should know how he thinks. I mean, you should be very open. But I realized he was pushing too hard, so we had to stop this thing. That is about fear. And unfortunately, what he did not understand, he sent so many of his complimentary cards with signature. Can you help me with additional this and that? I had all of them.
Smoking gun.
Yeah. So, but Kaba himself, being an old civil servant, just asked, is there any evidence? I just took the file, and if you have a few minutes to just look at this. So there was no way he was going to deny that one. And I did not end that way. I told Pakaba, I said, now we have come to a battle situation. You have to be a strong permanent secretary to resist some of these things. Because you have hungry-looking ministers at times who want to make their whole fortune in a day, which is not very practicable. I said, in this case, I've done all humanly possible to make sure we work together. But if I have continued, I would have faced what came out to be known in the 80s in the form of the voucher gates. But I must say it paid. When Paramount Hotel was transformed into the Ministry of Defense, little did I know, Pakaba just asked for the list of all confirmed permanent secretaries. My posting to Ministry of Defense in December 2000 was not a normal posting. Pakaba just called for the list and said, this boy, let him go to that place. He can face challenges. He's confident of what he does. I want officers who can stand up to his ground. That was one area I think my sincere, bold approach to the situation paid off. But I've always believed that a permanent secretary should not fear transfers. You should be ready to work anywhere. I had a different background. I spent 11 years in the provinces from assistant district officer to senior district officer. And in the provinces, you are faced with dual tasks. Apart from the desk work, you are in the field. You are involved. In fact, in our days, we used to conduct general elections. I conducted parliamentary election in Tongo Field constituency that time. When they cancelled the election 3 times, it then came up that my provincial secretary recommended that I have all the wherewithal to go and conduct that general election. I went there. That was the days of Dr. Koji, AJ Musa, our colleague then, Mr. This boy, this guy, Alfred Sandy, and others. It had already been completed. That was a one-off thing. I went there as a young officer. I had 2 trucks of soldiers to guide the process. We went to the police station that day, addressed all the candidates that I am here. I am here to conduct this election. But my role is just to ensure that the right things are. Fair chance. They should be given a fair chance to cast their votes. Interestingly, I speak several languages. I talk Madingo, I hear Fula, I talk Mende. So whilst we are grappling around discussing, I heard some of these guys whispering to themselves that Koji is the best candidate in the sense that He himself is an illicit miner. I went to mine. So they were all gravitating towards Moewo Kochi. I stayed the night there. In fact, nobody knew where I slept. I've always been somebody sensitive to my environment. I went to Dr. Samba at the NDMC where I slept. Even my driver didn't know where I slept. Early in the morning, we convoyed at the police station, took all the boxes to their respective stations. That means you have a right to monitor respective police stations. I had an encounter with David Kui, a lawyer then. He was one of the candidates. I witnessed a scenario where one of his own colleagues or his relatives was blocking people not from voting. They said the people were strangers, these maracas, madingos, fullers, all I said. Once somebody was to get candidate David Kui arrested for an hour. I insisted he should be arrested. He was in the process of obstructing the elections. That sent a very serious signal. And I told him, I'm here on special assignment. Anybody who obstructs the election should be in the hands of the security forces. And they were given instructions that whatever I said that day would take. Who was in the administration was my own colleague. And it all ended in a way that I was applauded by the then President, Shaka Stevens, those days. That as an assistant district officer at that time, to stand up to challenges was a huge success at the material time. But challenges for admin officer is strange. You should be strong enough to face the. But I keep saying, if you are not sincere, you cannot stand up to challenges. You have to make sure you do right. You will not have the confidence to forge ahead. Well, I have always kept it as a mantra that I can work with anybody. But at the same time, I cannot be bullied by anybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ba. One thing you spoke about there that I quickly want to pick up on was the fact that when he had the issue with the minister, the drums of fuel collecting minister, if you didn't have the president to have stood by you, did an institution exist at the time that would have protected you? Because from what you explained, that was just the magnanimity of the president at the time that you were not made even more frustrated.
Like I did say, at that time you are pretty right to say, but the good thing was President Kaba himself was a public servant at one point, even before independence. He was a district officer, I'm fully aware, in 1958, he was telling me himself. And, but these are training grounds at that time. You should be able to grasp all those rudiments of shocks. If, as an admin officer, you've never had shocks, then you are not up to it. You must have shocks. Because you are working with them, especially the politicians. They will tell you we are here for only 5 years. You will continue to stay. One thing's done now. And whether they are right or not, sometimes you are cleared along the way. You're fully right. If the president had not rescued me, maybe the best thing that could have happened for me to be transferred elsewhere, but nothing beyond that. Because if you don't chop gov money, you are not treated badly. You are only transferred to other places. And a lot of our colleagues, I want to believe, they fear transfers. Sometimes they can be bullied beyond submission. If you don't fear transfers, you are respectful because your relationship with the minister has to be based on mutual respect. You respect, you are open, you are very loyal to him, but in the process, you cannot be pushed into something ugly because you will stand to lose. Because if you commit a crime, your minister cannot defend you before the law.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Joedi Ali, by the way, are there any pupils in this hall? I can see there are kids from school here, are there? Or just universities? I was going to throw a quiz to tell me the meaning of AD in Dr. Joedi Ali's name. If there was any student here, I would have offered 100 leons for anybody who would, from the university. Does anybody know what the A stand for or the D in Dr. Joedi Ali's name? You've been reading his book since we were in primary school. You don't know, but then I'll come to you later. Dr. Joedi Ali, I don't think you didn't serve in the civil service, did you? You did not. Now, having listened to what these retirees have been saying here, what does that say to you in terms of public service?
As a historian, a scholar, and a citizen. If I have ever served in the public service, it's just in one sector, that's education. That's where I've spent all my adult life. And so I want to talk as a citizen. First, let me ask a question. What is there in a name? Public perception is very, very important. We talk about the civil service. Is there anybody in this room that has ever heard the word evil service? Why? Have we stopped to ask ourselves? Why has that changed from civil service to evil service? I'm asking that question against the backdrop of the merger between the civil service and the public service, a distinction I have never clearly understood, honestly, what a civil service or civil servant is and who a public servant is. But I think that merger, it's very important, and I sincerely hope it will not be a cosmetic thing. It will go to address certain issues, one of which I have just mentioned, evil service. It underscores the point that the average citizen is not satisfied with the services rendered by the civil service, hence evil. So if we are talking about really reform, this is one area I hope and I think will be looked into. Now let me move to something else. Based on what people who have spent all their adult life in the public service have said, including the initial speakers. Politics and public service are not enemies. I think we need to get that clear. Politics and public service are not enemies. In every democracy, elected leaders have a legitimate mandate to pursue political priorities. That's their work as elected officers. The challenge arises when short-term political considerations override professional advice, institutional procedures, and national interest. I think this is one area where the politicians have a problem with the career public servants. Because as one of the speakers said, one of the functions is to advise, is to give professional advice to the minister. But when other considerations come in, for instance, this not to we party day. So the advice they give, even if you good, and not they take them, the problem is there. Public servants are supposed to be neutral. We have this what we call AGI, any government in power. You know, their business is to give professional advice to the political leader. And that's where the challenge really comes. How do they do such that they are not seen as obstructionists? Policies should outlive governments. Ambassador Sule Darami just talked it, and the NRA instituted under the leadership of President Kaba. Those institutions have outlived President Kaba. They have also outlived President Nkrumah, and I'm sure they will also outlive President Nyo. That's very important. But when politicians decide that short-term political considerations should override proper policy advice from their permanent secretaries or whoever advise them, the problem comes. And we should understand that public service is the institutional memory of the state. That's critical. It is the institutional memory of government change. After 5 years or 10 years, institutions remain. That are advantages and disadvantages. Advantage in the sense that policies would continue. The disadvantage lies where a public servant openly says, but this is a 5-year government, then they go, we naya we dey. This naya we dey syndrome affects the quality of advice they give and even the way they function generally. So to preserve that institutional memory, I believe public servants must work in the best interest of the state and not the government. There's a difference between the government and the state. You know.
And isn't that the case? Isn't that the point exactly, that when a public servant wishes to work in the best interest of the state, and then those in power do not feel that that is the way they should go, they should dance to their tune, and the public servants do not feel protected, there is no agency that actually stands by them when they conflict with the political power, isn't that really our problem, or the problem of the civil service?
It is a problem, and it's been mentioned here by 2 speakers, and the problems they ran into if they had not stood their ground. Because we should also have institutions and mechanisms that should protect these public servants. Otherwise, they are at the mercy of the political institutions. And as I said, they have to work in the interest of the state, not the political party. For instance, I like the motto of the armed forces, serving the nation. They are not serving a political party. They are serving the nation. Politicians come and go. Politics come and go, but the nation remains. And so, the problem our public servants face, particularly at a higher level, like the PAM said, do they have institutions that can protect them in case they have serious issues with the political head?
I want to pose that question to Ambassador Rami, Dr. Jody Ali, if you will, because the British Prime Minister has just resigned this morning, and before he became Prime Minister, there had been so many Prime Ministers, and I want to take you back to the days of Tony Blair. Tony Blair had one of his most effective cabinet ministers was a man called Sir David Blunkett. He was blind, really effective. He only requested for the visa form of his partner's nanny, and the civil servant said that he felt pressured that the minister had asked him for the file of the visa application form of the Filipino nanny for his partner. And eventually the government backed the civil servant, and David Blunkett was forced to resign. What should we do here to protect genuine civil servants against bulldozing and corrupt political leaders?
want to give a practical example as an answer to that question before I go into what I want to say. A practical example, fortunately, is experience with it is exactly to Sakeoba. I was state chief of protocol to the president at the time. And that time the president was the minister, substantive minister of defense. And Mr. Sakeoba was posted there as Director General in the Ministry of Defense. They had differences, altercations, and disagreement over policies between himself and his then deputy minister. You know, the deputy minister oversees the daily running in the ministry. And the matter was brought to the president. And I sat in that particular meeting that morning. And he looked at the issue and says, listen, you are the political head of a ministry. You listen and consider the advice given to you by the professional head or the administrative head of the ministry. But this stems from the fact that in ministries of that nature, before you become a director general, you take a public oath. You take oath to the Constitution of Sierra Leone, not to the president, neither to the minister of the department to which you are being posted. This, I believe, is one way in which officers are protected.
In a country where people don't value oaths.
They do, but it depends on the interpretation of who the leadership. If President Kaba had not stood by him, he was either going to be sacked or transferred to a ministry with very little relevance. But that brings me to the point I want to raise. Can we have neutrality in the public service? Mm-hmm. Yes, we can. But it's based on several things. Three most important. One, appointment by merit. When I entered the service, I sat to examinations from one grade to the other. As a cadet officer, I entered in September. By November, I took the public service examinations called confirmation exams. Your minimum requirement pass grade was 70. If you get it, you're confirmed as an admin officer, assistant secretary. 5 years down the line, you sit to an examination to be promoted to senior assistant secretary, and so on and so forth. When I became a permanent secretary, there were 31 of us who sat to the examination to be promoted as permanent secretaries. And the results were forwarded together with our scripts to the president as evidence of our output. 3 of my colleagues were not promoted. But here again, this is what I'm saying.
So was that for recruitment or promotion?
Promotion to permanent secretary.
Oh, interesting.
I sat to exam throughout my life, from assistant secretary, senior assistant, all 3 of us.
Has that changed? That the way it's still
It's changed. I'm telling you why I say it. People now, the practices we follow, you are an assistant secretary and they tell you, ask for some time as senior assistant secretary. Automatically. And then, without recourse to HRMO, for example, the ministers will dictate whom they want as their deputy secretary, as their permanent secretary, as whomsoever they wish to have in those positions. This is wrong. The Office of the Human Resource Management has the authority to promote people, or the Public Service Commission, on the recommendation from the HRMO, based on examinations. In our days, you have yearly confidential report forms, which are filled by every public servant, signed by your immediate boss, and forwarded to the HRMO office. Promotions and transfers are based on assessment of those documents.
Ambassador, I'll come to you later. I just want to come to Mr. Ba, because even though he's retired, he's not yet tired. Therefore, he's the chairman of the Public Service Commission. How does it happen right now, Mr. Ba? Microphone by you, please. And whilst you're telling us, and I would like you to put your hand to your chest and assure us that you don't get political interference or you don't get dictated to in recruiting and transferring people.
I will tell you, I'm very bold to say I'm not easily bullied. That I'll tell you for free. I'm not easily bullied, even when I was permanent secretary. I've stood against so many challenges of that nature. Because the moment you mortgage your principles, your integrity, you lost grip of the whole thing. You cannot function.
So do you still get dictated to by political people to promote or recruit?
No, we don't. I don't. I have always kicked against that one. I mean, even the current president, they've reported, I must confess here, he doesn't listen to those things. You know, it is difficult to create your own mantra. It's very easy to kill it equally. I am very cooperative with ministers. I want a good working relationship. But even in the present setup, there are ministers who listen to advice. There are people who listen to advice. They respect the views of, especially when you give them candid views, not just scoring in favor and whatever. I think the Minister for Public Administration can go for that. He listens to advice. A lot of people don't understand that one. If you call him genuinely and advise him and he sees to believe me, he listens. There are ministers who don't listen. This question of calling people like Mr. J.D. Ali as a seasoned and career civil servant, the concept of evil servants came after the voucher gate of those days. That is when that thing came out. To me, it has died down. Because if you are talking about evil servants, they are evil politicians equally. Very much so. Some of us who have had the opportunity to, I entered the civil service in the days of Shaka Stevens, President Shaka Stevens. We have walked through all these years to this time until when I left and I was appointed to this position. I will tell you, it starts with you, the officer. If you are worth your salt, nobody kicks you around.
And Ambassador Darami was talking about promotions. How do promotions happen right now?
Promotions right now, it used to be by some examination, but I don't think those examinations merit so much by the way I looked at the whole thing. So now it's a committee. Sit down, look at your appraisals and all of that. I think that ended with us. This idea of interviewing deputy secretaries to promote permanence. They brought people from the Commonwealth, other people, and the sectorial head. They sit down and interview you. Know whether you've made strides, you've been properly trained. Worthy training. It's not, because training has to be relevant on this job. It's not just accruing all type of certificates that are not meaningful to your job description. Training in competencies that help you navigate within the service is very, very important. That's why I say training has to be relevant. And one of my own appeals all the time is that let us be fair with civil servants, expose them, give them relevant, competent training for them to deliver services. Because the degree we go and do in university is the discipline of the mind. But technically speaking, you need short-term pauses that broaden and sharpen your skills for service delivery. And today, in the 21st century, those are the currencies of the day. You are not properly trained, you can't fit in. You'll be found wanting as you go along. And you don't have the requisite confidence if you are not properly trained. These are the people who go around destroying other people's images because you are not worth your salt. If you are worth your salt in service delivery, you don't need to go and destroy anybody. You can work with any minister. Even though there are some ministers also, no matter what you do, they will find you wanting in a way.
Some biases here and there.
Because they want you to do things that are off the track, and at the end of the day, Professor J.D. Ali was talking about something. Even ministers are public servants, for your information. They too are public servants. There is a limit to their endeavors before the president. They are the political head, the permanent secretary, the administrative head, and vote controller is a constitutional mandate. And in playing that role, you will be robustly honest. If you are not, you cut yourself in the, you'll be shooting yourself in the leg. But if you know what you're doing, it's not easy for you to be kicked around all the time.
Okay. Mr. Sheko, sorry, follow up on that?
Just
before I come to Mr. Sheko. Yes.
You mentioned training. Now I'm in training. One of the difficulties between the public service and the ministers or the politicians who come in, do they have requisite training? The answer is no. We enter the public service.
Is there something wrong with the recruitment process? Or
not the public servant. Anybody who is entering public space must be trained.
I agree.
You must have orientation. Do we have orientation for ministers in this country? No. If you are appointed a minister, you could have a week orientation, 1 day orientation, 1 hour orientation. Then you'll be given the differences, and it will enhance your relationship with the public servants you are coming in.
I think that is important not only for the of public servants, but also in terms of the relationship with the public. I have noticed that in the case of so many public servants, including ministers, they are either opposed to even talking to journalists, or they not know how to conduct interviews. And that is because they might be experts in various areas, but they are not experts in communication. So when you bring them to the public space, give them the basic training they need to be able to function, including in this day and age of social media where everybody's a journalist. If you're not trained to handle it, you're going to be in trouble, either by what you say or how you say it. But I'll come to Mr. Sheko here, please. We are trying to establish a nexus between the fact that when politicians get elected, they are in a hurry to achieve certain benchmarks. In front of them are the realities. Some of them check them in terms of how they can do things or not do things. How do we find that nexus, in making governance good, in making the politicians achieve their, but doing so through best practices, the codes and operations of the public service?
Well, public service is not just talking and thinking. It's about performance and action. And the nexus between rhetorics and reality rests on the fact that, as I said earlier, you need to have the machinery that has the competencies to be able to translate your campaign promises, your vision, into strategies that have deliverables and that have time frame. Now the difference is that how do you ensure that that is done? It is as a result of the fact that the civil servant with all the competencies may not have all the capabilities. And when I talk about capabilities here, I'm not only talking about skills and knowledge. I'm talking about resources and all that is required to be able to perform. And if you are a politician who believes that resources are unending, and when you come, that is the time you actually face the reality that yes, this is your ambition, this is your vision, you want to deliver, but the way it all is not there. And so that brings me to what the Chief Minister said this morning, that what needs to be done is to have a systemic approach so that you know exactly who is responsible for what, and how do you ensure that there is coordination, so that if at the end of the day the resource envelope is provided in the form of a budget, how do you ensure that that budget is made available so that the civil servant can deliver? But even where these resources are available, you should realize that you are merely the custodian of the resources at your disposal. And so you have rules and regulations that guide you, that guide your action. You have to ensure you go through procurement. You have to ensure you respect the financial management procedures and processes. And so I believe that having the orientation so that the minister will know that these are not private issues, they are public issues, and these public issues have to be done within an established framework where you have somebody who will come to superintend whether you did it rightly or wrongly, and the person who is responsible for that will not want to take risk where he cannot account for his actions. So I believe that should be the sort of interconnectivity, so that you know exactly that yes, I have this plan, I've made these promises, but I also need to rely on somebody to be able to translate that into strategies and into activities. But you also have to support that person with the resources that are required so that that person can really provide the services. In the absence of that, you will always have that ambivalence. The minister feeling that somebody is stalling his or her program, while at the same time, the person who is charged with that has not got the requisite capacity. So you have to be bold enough to let the minister know that these are the procedures and these are the processes and these are the resources that are required so that he can help you to lobby to his colleagues so that he can have those resources.
And honestly speaking, you have been on both sides now. You were civil servants and now you are a politician, the chairman of the Connaught District Council. Have you been left frustrated by the obstinacy of your public servants in the council?
Initially, when I took over, of course, my predecessor did not leave any handing over notes. The chief administrator I inherited could not give me any status report. So most of the programs that I inherited, I stumbled on them. And when I requested that he should brief me on how they operated so that I can also sell my vision to him to see how we can create a synergy, he was of the view that this is how they used to do it.
That's a CA?
In other words, yeah, the CA, yes. He was very resistant. He was very impervious. So I tried to persuade him. It did not work. And so I decided to engage his principals.
Meaning?
The people who are in charge with deploying him.
Okay.
And so I shared my frustrations. I committed that in writing. And at the end of the day, when I knew that nothing was happening, I went to the court of public opinion. I engaged in 98 and expressed my frustration. At the end of the day, he was transferred, and the person who was brought was a better replacement. And he came and told me that he has come to serve the Connaught people through me, and all he needed was my protection to ensure that he does his work unfettered. And since then, the chemistry has been extremely good because we've been able to develop our strategic plan, which is anchored on the big 5 game changers. We've been able to coordinate, and we, of course, rely on the principles of subsidiarity and complementarity, where we work with partners. We have the systemic approach. And that is why the people of Connaught are of the view that they now have somebody who is championing their cause, because whatever is being done, looking at my mandate, that I am the one charged with championing development in the locality. So whoever goes there to perform government role, I will engage that person to complement whatever effort he is making so that I make the work very easy. And so far so good, I think the results have been phenomenal.
Nice talking as a Thank you very much, Mr. Sheko. I'm going to open this up to probably 5 or 6 quick comments or questions, and then I'll ask the panelists. What do you wish to ask? I would prioritize public servants. What do you think you want to see done that is not currently happening for you to be able to effectively function in the public service? No public servants who wishes to ask? Okay, General, there's one there, please. Quickly, please, in just a minute. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry. Is that distance? So what? Give him this microphone.
I am very aware that the ministers and the permanent secretaries align. But then standing on the edge, and looking into, if I'm standing on the edge and I realize that the PS and the minister are perfect bedfellows, as a citizen, I become concerned. Because if the permanent secretary is like the vote controller, and then the minister is like at the head of a policy, and the two work together and they are like great perfect bedfellows, it becomes a concern. I want to ask my very civil public sector, public servants, to tell me if in the event where they have to work with somebody who is when the minister that they are in very excellent cordiality with, what's normally the outcome? That's one. Two, what happens when permanent secretary meets a minister who is, well, young and I don't want to say incompetent, but is not grounded.
Inexperienced.
In the ministry, inexperienced, appropriate, inexperienced. And then you are working with that person. What is your role? Do you become the master?
Thank you very much. I think it's just like, he thinks that should be like a check and balance kind of relationship, so they shouldn't cozy up to each other. Any other? I see a hand right there. It's a bit far away, but right there. Yes, please. Quickly, please. We have only 15 minutes to wrap.
Afternoon, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Miss Kalon.
What's Kalon, please?
Miss Munira to Kalon.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Joe Eddie Ali, in your history books about independence, why does political interference in the civil service keep happening, and how do we stop it? Also, we noticed that, I can't really recall his name, but he said that during his days, they need to go through exams before they get hired or something like that. So, but now we see that in present-day Sierra Leone, for someone to be hired as a minister, it's basically by them being recommended or having good relationship with certain people. So what legislative steps do we take to stop that?
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick one. I probably should have done this before now. The person whose name you can't recall is Ambassador Sule Darami. He's been High Commissioner of this country to the Gambia. He's risen up the service and he became Director General of Foreign Service. He's a consummate diplomat whom we should all be proud of as a Sierra Leonean. Thank you very much. But I think he didn't also say that exams were conducted for ministers. Appointments of ministers is entirely the prerogative of the president, approved by Parliament. He said in terms of promoting people within the public service, it's required at that time an exam, amongst a lot of other things. 2 questions there. Yes, please. I see a hand right there. Right there. Please be quick. Okay, I'll take you and then that one there. Thanks. Yeah, just go on. It'll follow. Yeah.
All. It's Bureau from the Wages and Compensation Commission.
Oh.
All is actually for whether
I can barely hear you. Sorry, could you move the mic a little bit? Maybe that helps. Yes, please. Thank you.
I said my question is whether ANCO, PSRU, has the rapporteur program so that the final report learn from and carry forward with the business.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You mean if there's a rapporteur for this symposium?
Yes, sir.
I bet my life, yes, there is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one in the back there. Right there, please. Yes. Please be quick, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Augustine Ambulai, a student from the Milton Magai Technical University. And my question goes like this. What advice will you give to young graduates entering public services who want to be professional, as well ethical, but also want to keep their job?
That's been the base of all this conversation. It's a very interesting question. So straightforward. How do you navigate your role as a civil servant, particularly if you are young coming into the service? How do you navigate that delicate balancing act, keeping your job, but doing what is right? Yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Mine is more of a comment. My name is Magnus Conte, and I'm a consultant in organizational development. I would just like to buttress an observation that Ambassador made, which is about what training do we provide for people who are appointed into some of these ministerial positions. whether as a deputy minister or as a minister. And even within the civil service, some of the senior positions that are held, what capacity building or leadership training or even coaching that is provided for them to ensure that they are able to perform effectively. They might have all the competence in other areas, technical competence, but being in a leadership position to function in good governance and executing your role requires more than just your technical skills. And I would like to see his unit that is leading now take more action, hopefully after this conference, to ensure that that leadership training, good governance, capacity building around coaching and mentoring is provided for our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that ends it. I will start off with Professor Joedi Ali. I've got friends who are in academia, and I have had conversations with them in the past that I think that no matter what you go to university to study, be it engineering, medicine, nursing, humanities, whatever you go to university to study, we should try to inculcate the course along the lines, two courses. One, around critical thinking. Whether or not you do philosophy, I think everybody who goes to uni should be taught critical thinking. And then secondly, because a lot of them come into the public service, maybe we should do some public administration programs, no matter what they are studying in university. What's your take on that and the other questions that were posed to you?
Well, yes, what the university does is to give you that broad knowledge, to lay the foundation on which you can build later. Critical thinking, of course, is one of the components of that. But the university education does not really, maybe apart from law, engineering, these liberal arts do not really prepare you for any specific position. They give you that background information that you can build upon later. It's the function of, for instance, the Public Service Academy, which is there now, to give you that specialized knowledge so that you can function well in whatever ministry you are appointed to.
Even if you go to IPAM, which is Institute of Public Administration and Management.
Well, yes, you know, these days the courses have diversified and what have you. When IPAM started initially, they had specialized courses which cater to the needs of people going into the public and even private sector. But over the years, things have changed. But this is not to suggest that the university should not provide that basic training. If the university fails to provide that training, it should be the function of a specialized academy. For instance, we have one that Ambassador Darami is heading now for people who want to go into the foreign service. The political science department at Frobe College cannot provide that kind of specialized training. You need specialized schools that can equip candidates for such jobs. And people who go into the public service must know that these are the steps you must go through before you attain certain positions. Talking about training, and I'm sure Ambassador Darami knows this, when James Ali was Secretary to the President, brought by the Commonwealth, he attempted several times to organize specialized training. I think initially it was for permanent secretaries. And they kept giving excuses for not taking that training. I'm aware of this because I know, you know. But if it is mandatory that before you move from level 1 to level 2, you should have done X, Y, Z, that specialized training, I'm sure people will follow. But these days, because the system is such that people rely more on patronage for positions, they do not bother. But if we are to remove patronage from especially key positions, that these are the things you must fulfill before you become a permanent secretary or whatever position, I'm sure people will do it.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Darami, you have a few questions there, but I also wanted to, whilst responding to those questions, not least the one on training, you consider the fact that no matter how well trained you are, if the service is the way it is, in which case patronage pays, cronyism pays, your experience, your training might just be for naught.
Those are short-term benefits. Yes, indeed, it pays, but they are short-term. They are not long-lived. You get only short-term profit, chronism, patronage. Training is the only effective way in which any public servant could become an expert in what. I came from Tongofil, he just mentioned. I'm an expert in protocol, not by accident, not by design. Training, next week I'm going for training.
You must never stop being trained.
No, because the world is dynamic. Yeah. Everything is evolving. Now it's AI. I am BBC, born before computer. I had very little knowledge on how to type my name into the computer. But now I can, and I have to, and I must. Training, and more training makes you an effective, and super effective in whatever position you are. But let me just briefly go through the questions they asked. The first one, somebody was wondering why they should be jittery if the minister and the permanent secretary are good friends. Ridiculous. You should be happy. Your ministry should be the best ministry then. You have synergy in your ministry. Your programs, your events, your activities could go like that. That is what we pray for. That is what all public servants will want. I would want my minister or my boss or my colleagues to be in synergy with me in thinking, in desire, in dreams. It's difficult to happen. But if it happens, bravo. You should be happy. And that's what we want to happen. And that's why we work hard. This is why seminars of this nature are important. So people learn to believe that, firstly, nobody has monopoly of knowledge. Secondly, nobody can do it alone. All of us can do it better than any one of us. That is always what should be our mantra. Second question was experience and inexperience. It boils down to training. We couldn't care less who you come. Professor has just said, when we go to universities, they train us to get PhDs, masters, discipline of the mind. But when you come into public service, orientation leads you to develop interest into training. And then the third question, there was a gentleman who says what they will do as a young. Please be like any of us. Firstly, be honest. Honest to yourself. Be sincere. Have a sincerity in the purposes for which you join the service. When we joined the service, I joined the service in the era where assistant district officers were gods and goddesses.
In what year was that, sir?
1974.
Sure.
Most of them were not born. 1974, 75, as an assistant secretary. If you are appointed assistant secretary, assistant district officer in Kono, it automatically goes with a Volkswagen, a Jeep, a Land Rover, diamonds. And of course, diamonds.
Did you get given?
Of course. And all the fringe benefits that go with it. And you are appointed assistant secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. You get the same degree, you come out of university the same day, you enter service the same day, and he becomes an ADO in Kono or Kabbalah as KO. They live better, they earn more, not in salary, fringe benefits that go with the offices or positions where they are. But if you are sincere and honest to yourself, and have a sense of purpose, you achieve what you enter the service for, and you become a professional.
Thank you.
So, young man, don't be afraid.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Augustine Sheko.
First, there is no country that can achieve heights of greatness if you don't have dedicated men and women. So, in the office of endeavor, you have to have that passion for what you are doing. The public service, like any vocation, is a calling. And you should bear in mind that once you are in there, your purpose is to serve. And during the course of service, if you happen to have any benefits, then that is your luck. But that should not be your core objective. Your core objective is to serve and be able to make an impact. Somebody mentioned if the minister and the permanent secretaries are working in harmony. As Mr. Sule said, definitely the atmosphere there would be very productive. I recall when I was in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, my minister, when I reported for duty, he appealed to me to help him to move from being the last whenever there were ministerial performance results so that he can save his deck. So I was moved by that appeal, and I decided to put all my competencies at his disposal. And he moved from the last position to the third position. The same thing when I was in the Ministry of Communications. People were of the view that the minister there was difficult, but we worked very well. And up to date, we still have that cherished memories. So also was my last ministry, the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So having a harmonious relationship is good because you are two coins, you are two sides of the same coin. Only that your roles are completely different as defined by the Constitution. Because the minister provides the direction and you are there to provide the managerial support based on your competencies.
In a few seconds, did you enjoy when you were the CRC Secretariat?
I started off very well because I inherited a secretariat with nothing. I had to move the secretariat to this conference, and I did all what I could to provide or to facilitate the capacity that the secretariat required, having bought vehicles, furniture, and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, the day the vehicles arrived, I was sent on leave. So, but in my own case, it was not the politicians. It was the person who was heading the civil service. Because he saw me as a threat that I was marketing myself because I wanted his job. And fortunately for both of us, we attended GIMPAD. They were the first cohort, and we were the second cohort. So I would have thought he would have appreciated that one of his functionaries was doing very well. But unfortunately, he was very paranoid.
So this thing not just with the politicians, they inside the back?
No, because honestly speaking, there are structures in place for you to seek redress. Like for example, you can go through the HRMO to the Public Service Commission. The Constitution is very clear on that.
Okay.
But either people are not aware of these structures or they are disingenuous. So it's not that the politicians will actually act. They use the very structures as agents for them to, to meet their objective. They will just go to the head of the civil service or to the secretary to the president and, demonize you. And most times, because these people are on extension, they don't want them to be reported to the president, so they dance to the tune of politicians.
Okay.
And so they rather support the politicians rather than their colleagues.
Okay, Mr. Sheko, thank you very much.
That's my own perspective.
Mr. Keoba, some observations that you may want to respond to in 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
First and foremost, I want to, it's not lost. Sierra Leone used to have the best civil service up to the late 70s. The question we should ask ourselves, what has happened? Why is the graph misbehaving now? The graph sliding down is something all of us should know. Excessive politicization. Where mediocrity has taken charge of everything. If we are to stand up again and start, we need to be ready to learn. For the younger ones coming in, the civil service is a learning curve. It's a place you can learn a lot. You enter the service, now they are transforming the civil service training college into an academy, public service academy. Most times you are recruited, it's expected that you go for hands-on training. You learn the basic rudiments of the job before you even start functioning. So you know the basic differences between memos, letters, and all of that. But why we are not fair with people, when you come in from university, you enter the civil service, you go through no hands-on training, no induction, you are just groping in the dark. And I will advise the younger ones that when you come in, have a free mind. It's a career-oriented job. You can train yourself. You learn from other people who have gone through it.
You read files of different things because writing is a style. Different people have writing skills. But if you just come with a bias, I hear a lot of young men, it's political, is this, that, it's not like that. Come with a clear mind and be ready to learn. You can learn so many competencies as you go along. You open your horizon. All of these things, even the senior people can learn from your genius. There are some genius who are very smart. You can learn from them. Okay. So I want to advise here that the civil service still remains a learning place. It's a good one. If we are the best in West Africa until the OAU time, we are the best civil service in West Africa. We should all ask ourselves, why did the change occur? Why this change? If we can answer those questions, then we should be ready to face the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keoba. As a broadcaster, first discipline is to start on time and end on time. I did not have control over when to start, but I had control over when to end. We started at 9 past, and we're ending exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes later, the time that was allotted to us. Thank you very much, Professor Joedi Ali. Thank you very much, Ambassador Tulerami, Mr. Augustine Sheku, and Mr. Keoba. But always remember that as public servants, your number one priority should be for the growth and betterment of the state of Sierra Leone, regardless of who is in charge. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for them again. Please, can you stand for a photo? Moderator, our panelists, please. Professor, please don't go. Let's clap for them again. Let's clap for them. This is amazing. This is amazing. Please stand for a photo. Cameraman, please, can you just do us a favor by taking this photo? It's important that we have this. All right? Okay. All right, our cameraman, are you ready, please? We'll take lunch, and the lunch will be ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the next session, and this is going to be presented by somebody that I'm going to introduce. Our moderator is a woman who has mastered the dictate of act of keeping national, she's leading the national broadcaster. She's a strategic leader with a clear vision for media, driven by professionalism. As she comes forward, you're welcome. Welcome, welcome, Madam DG. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I think I'm one of the least vertically challenged person here. So I had to wear my high heels so I can match with my colleague Umar Fofana's positive vertical challenge. Yes. Honorable Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, all government ministers present here, heads of ministries, departments, agencies, our VVIP and our VIP guests, our panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to plenary session number 2. This session is going to be focused on a subject matter that is increasingly shaping the future of governance and public service delivery across the world. And Sierra Leone, of course, cannot be left behind. Driving public service delivery through innovation and digitization for efficiency, transparency, and accountability. That's the theme for this session. Today's citizens expect public service to be faster. They expect it to be more accessible, I want to come from Kimi land, and there is a motor vehicle registration office stationed there without crossing the Kimi River to come all the way to Freetown to receive a driver's license. We believe as citizens that public service should be responsive to our needs as citizens. Innovation and technology provides governments with these powerful tools to improve service delivery, reduce bureaucracy, strengthen transparency, and build, of course, public trust. It's very important. At the same time, these tools can also help us ensure that no citizen is left behind by making services more inclusive and accessible, even in the hardest to reach places in this country. So, to set the stage for our discussion, we are privileged to have a lead presentation on the topic, transforming public institutions to advance innovation, participation, and inclusion. It is my pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our lead presenter to share some insights and experiences on the important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, our lead presenter, who traveled all the way from Senegal to talk about transforming public institutions to advance innovation, participation, and inclusion, is no other than Madame Karima Bumnemra Ben Sultan. She is the director of the African Institute of Economic Development and Planning. It's based in Senegal. Thank you, Madam, for joining us. You can sit. I think you are going to give a presentation. If you would like to stand, it's all right. If you would like to sit and present, you are more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. And I will start by saying that I'm happy to be given the floor by a lady in a discourse that was very much male-dominated. So I do hope that the reform will help us actually address this issue and have... No, I have my notes. I'm better here. To address this issue and have more women participate in the civil servant reform. This morning I've heard very interesting introductions, speeches, and as IDEP, and I will tell you who IDEP is, I was at the same time delighted and scared. IDEP is the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. We are a capacity development center. We are a United Nations center. Actually, we are the training arm of the Economic Commission for Africa, based in Dakar, Senegal, and we serve all 54 African countries from Dakar. Why I said delighted? Because I have heard people who speak the same language as IDEP, but at the same time, scared because it means that your level of expectation are very high and you are challenging us actually
to do the right things in supporting your country. IDEP is providing capacity development in all the areas that are related to economic, social, and environmental development. The Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, is our main umbrella. And for the last 15 years since it was launched, we are also working in support of the African Agenda, Agenda 2063, that is called the Africa We Want. So, this session is, I think, a critical one about how we can work and develop together a meaningful program for civil servant and public service transformation in Sierra Leone. As far as leveraging technology and digital governance systems, actually we have witnessed Sierra Leone's commitment to digital transformation since the government has announced plans to fully digitize recruitment processes and staff attendance with the introduction of the Sierra Leone Digital Human Resource Hub to replace major paper-based systems within the public service. The digitization of the human resource systems, the revision of civil service rules and institutions, a term national plan development, and you have seen that in our name, IDEP, the P is actually the central element of what we do. We think that the capacity development program is to serve one purpose, and this purpose is the development of a country. So we started with that national plan, 2024-2030, and the plan identifies transforming the public service architecture and technology and innovation as national priorities. So, and this demonstrates the political will, actually, to drive digital governance. Digital governance, from our perspective, is not simply about technology. It is about rethinking how public institutions operate, how decisions are made, and how services are delivered to citizens. And IDEP experience across Africa shows that successful digital transformation requires parallel investment in human capacity and institutional frameworks. I am from a country where, when we had our independence in 1956, our then president actually decided that minerals, the coastal resources, whatever, were important, but what was more important are the human capacity of his country, and he has invested a lot in human capacity. And I think that it is definitely one of the areas where the return on investment is the highest. So, my key message regarding leveraging technology and digital governance system is that definitely technology is important, but it is only an enabler. It requires skilled public servants, robust policy, and inclusive design to deliver results. And for this, we need, and I've seen it, I mean, through what has been said earlier, that this requires a change of mindset. And we are investing a lot in behavior science to make actually the capacity development and the changes in this sector more effective. And they are to be achieved at two levels. The technical one, so that we have the people with the right skills that will make digital transformation happen. But at the same time, it has to be also an area for developing the capacity of the decision makers, because those are the ones who will make the decisions and take the agenda forward. The second point on which I was asked to react and say a few words is about the institutional innovation and public sector modernization. And I think that the main word here is service. I mean, who are we serving? For what purposes? What are the expectations? And it is this that defines that our approach cannot definitely not be a top-down approach, but should be a participatory one, where all the stakeholders are invited to determine their expectation, their also what they bring to the table, because it is a teamwork. It is something that will make all the members of the team equally satisfied at the end of the exercise. So actually, we are providing sustained technical leadership and analytical support to Sierra Leone through the exercise that we have started 1 year ago, and to support the public service reform agenda. A flagship example of this partnership is what has already been referred to, the transformation of the Civil Service Training College into a full-fledged public service academy. So we have supported the diagnosis assessment of where we were and where the country wanted to go, and we have worked together on that. So last January, the government, I think, has validated 2 major reform instruments with our technical support, the management and functional review of the CSTC, and the transition roadmap for the transformation into a public service academy. And tomorrow will be an important day, actually, to finalize officially at the highest level the process. Institutional innovation means building systems that are future ready, and it is this concept that led our discussion with the ministry. Actually, we wanted for this transformation to provide, of course, immediate solution for today's problem, but also to be forward-looking so that we try to anticipate on the needs that would be and the skills that would be required 5, 10, 20 years from now, because when we invest in capacity development, we have to invest in capacity development anticipating what the country would look like in a few decades. And the Public Service Academy, from our perspective, is a strategic instrument and investment in state capability, leadership development, and service delivery outcome. Then, in terms of citizen participation and inclusive governance, the transformation of the sector definitely should be people-centered, with technology and institutional reforms to be the ultimate service to the citizens, with an improved access, responsiveness, and equity. And we have seen that the equity issues has been referred to as a very important one. So the digital civic platform are bridging a gap between citizens and government, making governance more participatory and inclusive. And the transformation architecture aims to create a more responsive, transparent, and inclusive public management and functional review of ministries, departments, etc. I mean, there is an improved mechanism, actually, for public service delivery. And progress towards the enactment of Sierra Leone First Public Service Act will provide a legal foundation for a professional, accountable, and high-performing public service. And it is actually our privilege to have been part of the first steps, and it will be our honor to continue supporting it, actually. So far, IDEP has provided training for nearly 5,000 participants across the continent in areas such as macroeconomic planning, regional integration, public sector management, risk management, issues relating to all those issues that could be later on looked at as support for the reform. And our continued commitment includes executive training curriculum co-development, and peer learning with African public administration institutions. Earlier, the panelists referred to the importance of training ministers. Of course, I mean, training ministers will not come with technical training, but it will come with their capacity to deliver their mandate at the highest level of quality. And this may not come through traditional and formal training. It will come from peer learning. And more across the continent, we have requests from various ministers actually to have platforms where they can learn from success stories from neighboring countries, but also failures and issues that they could avoid actually to be more performant. And it is an element that is very important. Knowledge is critical here, and knowledge about what happens in the continent is critical. I've heard references to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is efficient when it is supported by real data, and data that comes from Africa. Today, African production of data is very, very limited, meaning that the processes that you have in terms of artificial intelligence are relying on data that is produced elsewhere, on patterns that may not correspond to our realities and our context. And in this regard, I think the more we invest in data production, the better these technology tools can serve our development. So, and this is very much linked to transparency and efficiency, because they are built through systems, standards, and the continuous professional development of public servants. So our people will not be only consumers of data and knowledge. They will be producers, and in this regard, they will be able to participate in the decision-making process. So, few remarks. Your country's reform actually stands as a flagship example for EDEP's mission to strengthen African institutions and enhance public administration system across the region. We are really using the Sierra Leone example as a good practice of what can be done, and hearing what has been said this morning, also what should be avoided. I think that it is very important that we share your experience, and we are doing it very broadly, actually. Last week, I was in Addis Ababa for the Economic Commission for Africa, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa midterm review, and we were asked to present success stories, and Sierra Leone's public service reform was presented as one of our flagships. And I would like to say that even if I'm scared, I'm more delighted than scared. So I reaffirm our continued commitment to support Sierra Leone through implementation, including executive training, curriculum co-development, and peer learning with African public administration institutions. This morning, again, emphasis was put on let us move from rhetoric to action, saying that we do not need ideas only, we need implementation. Let me add that we need ideas, we need action, but we need impact. And what is important is the end result of what we do. Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause again. Thank you, Madam Karima Boumera Ben Sultan. Your presentation actually explored how public institutions can embrace new ideas. We need ideas. How public institutions can also leverage technology. We need technology. How public institutions can create opportunities for greater citizen engagement while delivering better outcomes, impact and outcomes for all citizens. So, one of the previous speakers in the last session said, public service is the institutional memory of state. I think for public service to be the institutional memory of a country, we should head towards digitization or digitizing our systems. Because sometimes when people leave, when people die, they go with that memory. Let's think e-governance, technology. So, whether we're talking about how to obtain a passport, registering for a business, or anything, citizens want services that are faster, easier, fairer, and more transparent. So today, as we've listened to our lead presentation, let's see what steps Sierra Leone is taking towards the digital technology innovation age in our public service. We are fortunate today to have a group of experienced public servants as panels who are experts and practitioners right now. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce them to you. I'll start first with Mr. Baba Fortune, who is a respected public sector reform and governance expert with extensive experience supporting institutional transformation, improving public service delivery, and promoting accountability within government systems. He is currently the Secretary to the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Prince E.O. Cole. Mr. Cole is a technology and innovation specialist who has worked on initiatives that use digital solutions to improve efficiency. He is currently the Secretary to Cabinet and the head of the Civil Service. We also have Dr. Ansu Samuel Tucker, who is a development professional and policy expert with significant experience in governance, institutional development, and strengthening public sector performance. He is the current Director General, Human Resource Management Office, that's HRMO. We also have Mrs. Elizabeth Ellie, an accomplished public servant with extensive experience in administration, public sector management, and the delivery of citizen-focused services. She's currently serving in the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change. She has served in the civil service for over 20 years, 23 years, 20 years, and in various ministries and departments. The Chief Minister was talking about 200 years of collective service. When we look here, I have one more person to introduce. When we look here, we have at least 124 years of collective service. And finally, I would like to welcome the Major General Sir David T. Gauja, the Chief of General Staff of the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, as the professional head of the military. He oversees operational readiness and administration and modernization of the Sierra Leone Armed Forces. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to move this panel really fast today. And I'm going to ask the same first question to all of you. My first question, and I expect each of you to take at least. Here. I'll start with the Secretary to the President. Sir, and this question goes to all of you. Maybe take a minute or two to just respond briefly. When the average Sierra Leonean hears the word innovation, digitization, what should they understand? And why should they care about innovation and digitization? The average Sierra Leonean, when they hear innovation and digitization, what should they understand and why should they care? I'd like each of you to take that question.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The average Sierra Leonean means my aunt in YKK Chiefdom in Pujong, the person at Falaba, and even those who are elites, but perhaps don't know much about digitization. When you hear about digitization and transformation, it means we are using technology to run the state without mortgaging basic principles. If you want to transfer records from here to Kenema, you don't have to wear overall and go and load them in the bag and send them to Kenema. You can use your technology, get them, scan, put them, and they can be printed in Kenema without you moving. That is innovation. We should care because that is the new way and that is how the world is going. If the entire world is going digital, if the entire world is going technological, why should Sierra Leone not go? So we should care about it because that is the vogue, that is how we are running. If your ID card gets missing, you don't have to go and empty your box, your wife's box, to see a photocopy. If you just know your name, the national identification number should be plugged and everything will come out. So the essence is, it is faster, it is better, it's less chaotic, and it enhances administration. So actually, we should be concerned because of the advantages it carries, and also it carries less burden. For now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll go to Mr. E.O. Cole. Why do you think Sierra Leoneans should care about innovation and digitization?
Yeah, before I actually descend on your question, let me just lay this premise. The public service is the backbone for effective governance system. And with the rapidly changing technological improvement, there is a great need for us to move away from the traditional automatic manual processes to a system that is agile, that is innovative, and that is digitally based system to enhance efficacy, efficiency, timely delivery of services, and to preclude against the risk of malpractices and timely delivery of services. When we talk about innovation and digitization, by people in the Bond District simply thinks about new technology, new ways of doing things, moving away from that manually based system. They think about ways how you bring services to them. I remember when I was at the Ministry of Health, there is a tool that we developed, which they call Press Track. Even if you are in the remotest village in Sierra Leone, we can be able to track pregnant women and deliver professional advice to them. Again, when you talk about digitization, it's how you deliver services in real-time basis and how you bring governance. I repeat, governance close to the people, and you pave the way for inclusivity. So this is broadly, when you talk about innovation and digitization, this is what comes to mind. In the simplest form, to the layman, when you talk about digitization, they think about computers, they think about mobile phones. These are all processes, part of the process of innovation and digitization.
Thank you. We'll come to you to deep dive into that conversation. But let me go to Dr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Why do Sierra Leoneans understand by innovation? Why do they care about it? I think that's the
question.
Yes. So, first of all, Sierra Leoneans have to care about innovation because the world is now going digital. We are in a dynamic world where citizens are asking for more services. We are in a world where there's now engagement. Citizens participate in governance and also care about the outcome of governance. So therefore, innovation is about introducing new ideas, technologies, and practices and processes that will ensure that organizations deliver on the services we provide. That's basically what innovation is about. And as a civil service, we should not be left behind. I think the premise of this discussion for this discussion. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, the mic is not. So the premise for this discussion, we are barely laid by the minister in his expose about digitization and innovation. That citizens care about the results we provide. Gone are those days when civil servants are just in as much as we ensure compliance to rules and procedures, what we care about is delivery of the services. How services reach to people in the remotest part of the country. And of course, that brings to mind the recent processes that have been introduced in terms of advertisement of jobs. Now, today we see as a portal, as a portal. When jobs are advertised, people used to come to the district headquarters, or even the provincial headquarters where the offices of the Public Service Commission are located. Right. But today, because of this portal, you can apply for jobs from any end of Sierra Leone.
We'll talk about that. I think there's a question. There are going to be questions around the tools that are now being engaged or utilized. Let me go to Madam Ellie. Why do you think people should care about digitization and technology or innovation?
As a civil servant, the need to strengthen professionalism and meritocracy within the public service depends on you leveraging on technology, that the use of digitization and also emails. Because if, let's say, for example, my minister is out of the country and we want to discuss issues, we can have a Zoom meeting wherein everywhere, irrespective of your location, you'll be able to connect and share ideas. Prior to now, except you have a meeting in a conference hall wherein you give your views. But with the advent of this digitization and technology, you see things happening fast. And one should try to embrace it. We should not stay behind. We should embrace it so that we'll be able to deliver effectively and efficiently, especially for our people living far from us, like in the provinces. We can easily communicate to them through emails, through telephones, as the case may be. Right. So it's very essential that we embrace this type of technology.
Thank you. Major General, in the military, why should our warrant officers or other officers or other ranks care about digitalization or innovation? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First, what should our people understand when we talk about innovation? It's simple. Ideas to solve real public problems is what we mean when we say innovation. Innovation should not be limited to technology alone. Public institutions must identify citizens' needs and design solutions that improve service delivery. So as you know, some of the speakers or panelists gave examples. You know, I would say we all seen the trash around our towns and villages or cities. As public servants, we should be able to bring up ideas how that trash can be transformed to energy, for example. How should the seaweed that we are now experiencing in our beaches become fertilizer for our farms to improve the feed saloon? Issues like that. You go to the hospital by just seeing the doctor and going through some formalities. Without moving from one place to the other, the hospital management system should be able to ride through the process, you know, without you going through the analog, you know, system we currently have. So innovation should be measured as our, you know, our Madam Sultan opened up for us. He made a comment. Innovation should be measured by the impact it has on citizens rather than the sophistication of the technology. Thank you.
So sometimes when people think about innovation and digitization, and I get this question back to you, they usually think it's for the civilian population. How is the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces using technology and innovation to improve its operational or its operations or service delivery?
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, as for the military, you know, we really need to be innovative, you know, to handle the complexities of security we see today. The security environment is volatile, unpredictable, very ambiguous, very complex, and very, very unpredictable. And when we look at the way security has evolved over time and the current situation on ground across the globe, smaller countries like Sierra Leone with smaller armies, not very equipped, have to be very, very innovative. We've seen the example in Ukraine, in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the Iran-America conflict we are currently experiencing. With the drone technology, we've seen how a bigger power like the USA has not been, or Russia against Ukraine, has not been able to just conduct a 4-day operation and subjugate Ukraine because of technology, using drones. Huge ballistic missiles that the bigger power is using has not been able to achieve the required effect to subjugate Ukraine. So that's a classical example. As small armies, with the use of technology, we can leapfrog our capability development, you know, to counter bigger and bullish armies. So technology is important. As I speak right now, when we came into the leadership of the Sierra Leone Armed Forces, well, my Chief of Defense Staff had a vision for us to activate the second leg as mandated by the Constitution to plug into the development of Sierra Leone. We have to play our own part. And therefore, we plugged into all the 5 game changers. And looking at that also, apart from plugging into all the 5 game changers, the foundation on which those 5 game changers sit is security. We need technology. We need to be more clever more smart, more savvy to provide that. And to do that, we need to innovate. And then apart from that also, we've supported the Ministry of Agriculture in the feed salon agenda. As we speak, we know farming is scientific, so we plugged into that. And then, as I speak, we've been able to farm about 5,000 acres of rice. The master farmers they used to talk about in Sierra Leone, we talk about 1,500 acres, maybe maximum 2,000 acres. But in just a few months, we've been able to plow and cultivate 5,000 acres of rice.
So
that is innovation.
Our military's innovation is basically focused mostly on developmental changes in the country, where other countries like Ukraine and the Israels are talking about ballistic missiles and progress.
No, well, let me comment on that. When it comes to capability development in the armed forces, what should I say? I would say you are strong in terms of military capability as your economy. So the strength of your economy determines your military capability. I will not delve much into that, but I want to say, when it comes to the thinking around the defense of this nation, you have the tools you can leverage on. All we need is the resources to ensure we develop the capability to defend this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Mrs. Elizabeth Ellie. Many citizens become very, very frustrated when they move from one office looking for information. How can government institutions or public institutions improve communication with citizens using technology?
Yeah, we know that accessing information normally is very difficult. But when we introduce technology, like for citizens, you want to get something from the particular ministry, if you have a data, you'll be able to access that data easily when it is being inputted. And if it's not being inputted, it's very difficult. You, like what we are used to over the years, before the advent of the, we need to look at the community forest and upgrade it to forest. But as it is, because of the use of, because of the indiscriminate cutting down of trees, it is very difficult for a forest to stand alone, except those that are being delineated as the national protected areas. But even at that, studies have shown that there has been an infiltration of people destroying these forests, and at the same time, it poses a lot of health hazard. You see the climate change that is happening. You see the flooding. You see the heat waves in other countries. You see the animals that are moving from one place to another because they don't have shelter. So all these things, when we use innovation, we'll be able to come up with management programs that will conserve these forests and conserve the health of civil servants as well as the nation as a whole.
Dr. Ansu Talker, some of our citizens live in very remote communities, rural communities, where access to internet, where access to even a smartphone, let alone a computer, is very, very limited, or sometimes even not even available. How do we make sure that digitization benefits everyone and not just people in the big cities, especially in Freetown?
Thank you. Well, I think we need to come up with a national digitization policy that will ensure that digital education It's not just discriminated.
And we don't already have that.
Yes, so we need to develop that first, because currently we don't have it in our curriculum. So if we develop a curriculum that actually connects with the school system, so digitization or digital education.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So, Mr. Prince Cole, let me come to you. Many people have to stand hours in queues. If I go to the immigration office now, or NCRA, to try to get an ID card, sometimes you spend hours sitting there waiting. How can technology help us reduce the waiting times? In some countries, I've seen where they have like a one-stop shop. You go and that's where you collect everything. You do everything. You don't have to jump from one office to another building. How can technology help us reduce waiting time to make government more efficient to people?
I'm very elated to let you know that the e-passport you guys are dealing with, I am one of the authors of it. That shows that I'm a proponent of innovation, digitization, and technology. But coming back to your question, in most countries, it's the vogue that you apply online. You have visas given online, and if in terms of passport issuance, you do all the processes online. I've seen in many instances where people want passports, they go, they complete the passport forms. It takes time, waste of time, people queue. But when you have a digitalized system, everything is done electronically. It is faster, it is cost-saving, it is effective. So by having a digital system for you to own a passport, that can help save time, and also it's cost-saving than you going from checkpoint to checkpoint without disparaging any system. So when you have this type of system, there should be no gate points, checkpoints for you. So it saves your money, it saves your time. It precludes the inconvenience of you standing in line for hours, like what is happening. You go to immigration, it's a farmyard. See people outside. But when it is completely, comprehensively digitalized, both for visas and for passport, it saves you a lot of time and it does you a lot of good.
Secretary to President, Mr. Baba Fortune, technology alone, we have learned, cannot solve the problems of public service delivery. Mind change, attitude. What changes in attitude and work culture do we need in this country, within the public institutions, to make sure that digital systems actually succeed? My institution is one of those. We became the first public broadcaster, one of the first public broadcasters in sub-Saharan Africa. Up till now, we're still analog. All other public broadcasters within the sub-region, most of them have been transformed to digital broadcasting, and we're still struggling. Is it the mindset? What do we need? How do we need to solve that mindset, that attitudinal problem?
Thank you very much. Let me commence by saying that digitization and innovation is the thread that goes through all the other four big changes. It means for you to transform the public service, for you to transform, for you to feed Sierra Leone, for you, among others, to do human capital development, it has to be digitized. Now, all of us on this panel have a consensus of opinion that we need it. Now the question is, what attitude do we need to accept so that people will embrace it and for us to succeed? In the first place, let people understand that if you say digitalization is a must, I will also say attitude is a shall. They mean the same thing. If you insist you are manually being registered for work and you go home before time, but now you have to fingerprint for you to To actually show how much o'clock you left office, then you have to change that mindset and attitude. The other thing we need to do is continuous learning. People should know that the world is evolving. Any new ideas have to be taught and they have to get a buy-in. So to public servants, digitalization and innovation is a must, but change of attitude is inevitable if we have to succeed. And as it is now, His Excellency the President wants us to move forward. You must change your attitude to embrace digitalization for the way forward. I thank you.
So transparency is also often talked about. But what does it really mean for the ordinary citizen, transparency? We've had situations, I think we listened to other speakers today where they talked about technology can help reduce opportunities for favoritism as well as connections, quote unquote connections. How can digital system help reduce corruption and increase accountability while also talking about transparency in the system?
Thank you very much. As we all know, with digitalization, we have efficiency, we have transparency, we have accountability. The first thing that it does is to create access to the system. For instance, if you declare your assets at the ACC 2 years ago, you want now to go and transparently declare your asset again after 2 years as prescribed by the ACC. You don't have to go and look for those papers. You have an ID card. You just your ID number, you log in, and all the information comes up. Then you can upgrade. So it's so transparent, you cannot go again and delete except to improve and show justification. That is the transparent way of doing things. Among other things also, other people also, we have a way of checking the system to prove whether you have tampered or you have not tampered. It is easy to tamper when it is manual. It is also possible, but very difficult when it is digital, because sometimes it goes to other safety valves that you won't know. So I believe that that is what digitization does. It makes it transparent. It also makes it efficient, because with little resources, we can do so many things. People also can account, because there are other players, there are other accountability bodies that have access to all of this information. Audit Service, ACC, maybe FIU, they all know all of this information. Now you have the NCRA, all of them. So the information is such that people have access to it. And I believe that's a big advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can just make some allusion to the interaction sometimes I have with you. When public servants are being appointed by the Office of the President, in the past, those documents, those appointments documents used to be taken physically by hand. Sometimes by the time the national broadcaster actually announces it, it's already gone viral. And people who were not supposed to know that they've been sacked, the news is already out there. But since you came to office, we've been managing it very well through a digital process without someone having to physically take it. So thank you very much for that innovation. Mrs. Ali, one of the biggest complaints from citizens is usually that they often do not know what happens after even putting in an application or a request. I have a few people who are applying for director positions now at SLBC.
Digitization. You use the form, you do the online application, then after that, you'll be duly informed that we have received your application and we'll be processing it. Previously, you go and wait, then you see people queuing. But now you cannot go to PSC. You can sit at your home and apply. When you apply, then you'll be duly informed that this particular application has been received and that we are working on it. So looking at that, the digitization has saved time and also contact. Because when you have contact, you go and plead to the one that is processing your document. But if you are using this digitization, you only look at what is being input in the application. So you cannot go and have a dialogue that, no, I wanted to apply for this, but I applied for this, being that we have so many people on this line, this particular area, I want to change. You cannot change because it has already been recorded, and it's difficult to delete that particular or expunge that particular information. So it stores information, and it's used for management measures. So for applications, I think that's the way we have to work. And I want also to comment that the digitization will use the real data collection. I was fortunate to travel in the US for medical treatment. Then after the year, I went again. I wanted to give all my documents. Then they said, no, we just need your name and your DOB, the date of birth. And they had to look into that particular, using my email, using my date of birth and name. They were able to retrieve all the information, saying that you had so problems when you came. On the second appointment, you had so problems. So this will be able to restore information, and at the same time, it will be used for management measures. Also, in the area of accounting, when you use QuickBooks, you improve your accounting system. And it is timely, because as you use the QuickBooks, you'll be able to have information faster than when you go manually. So it is very important that we use applications online. I want to use this opportunity to thank and appreciate the Human Resource Department. We had meeting when we are on training or digitization, and we were told by one of the directors that even for the recruitment of nurses, they are using now digitization. You apply online, they review your documents online, you are selected for interview based on the information and the evidences you provide. And this, looking at this, is very good, and that's the reason why all of us seated here are saying that we embrace innovation, digitization, to ensure that time used in executing our duties will be minimal, and will be able to satisfy the public of whom they have placed repose confidence in, that we are there to work for them. And if we are there to work for them, things that you make accessible or make it easier for them to understand is what we have to leverage on. So we'll work on digitization. Prior to now, we are using, I entered the civil service when they were using typewriters. That would take a long time. You will do it, and again, if you have a mistake, you have to change everything again. But with the use of computer, you'll be able to edit. You'll be able to put things in the right perspective. So for me, I embrace digitization and innovation. The skills are really required for civil servants to enhance our work.
So those are the good sides. Thank you very much. Those are the good sides of digitization, technology, and innovation. Major General Gauja, as we are seeing an explosion in online spaces, cybersecurity, and you mentioned security earlier. Cybersecurity is something we should consider as more and more public services are moving online. Cybersecurity becomes increasingly important, right? Yes. So what lessons can other public institutions learn from the military's approach to protecting personal information? I call them PII, personal identifiable information. And just FYI, sometimes we talk about people's medical records, people's date of birth. All of these are what they call PIIs. Those should be only accessible by need-to-know basis. It's not everyone. If the HR department has a closet or a cabinet where they can lock such information in, because those kinds of personal identifiable information can be used or abused by people who do not have the need to know. That's why in certain countries, information is actually classified at certain levels, from top security to confidential to need to know to secret, and of course the chief public servants will tell us. What lessons can other public institutions learn from the military's approach to protecting information and digital systems?
Thank you very much. Before we go to the information and the technology, I want to speak to the human being behind the technology. First and foremost, for an efficient public service, we need integrity, we need pragmatism, we need meritocracy. That is what the public sector should rest on. And I want to register here, if the rapporteurs are taking notes. Well, I'm a trained public sector manager. But I will suggest we shy away from public administration to public sector management or public management, because that points you to efficiency rather than effectiveness. But not to bore you with that, let me now focus on your question. What lesson can we learn from the military? First and foremost, for the military, especially for the officer corps, we believe in subject matter expertise for every soldier and officer, in addition to the fact that you are first a soldier ready to fight. In addition to that, you can be an expert logistician, you can be an expert public sector manager, you can be any expert. But you are first a soldier. When it comes to fighting, you drop that and fight, or you leverage that to fight effectively and efficiently. Second, training is important. The public sector, that's one key thing the public sector in Sierra Leone must learn from the military. Every step of the way, from private to lance corporal to major general, you are trained. And we train you to understand that you have to know responsibilities 2 levels up the chain of command. So if you are a corporal, a section commander, we train you before you become a section commander to know the responsibility of the platoon sergeant and the responsibility of the platoon commander above you, 2 levels up. So that if, for example, the platoon commander is killed in battle, automatically the platoon sergeant steps in and the section commander is able to take the role of the platoon sergeant. So training is nothing that should be downplayed in the public sector. That is one. Number 2, I was talking about pragmatism. Yes, the ideas are important, the training is important, the policies, processes, and procedures are important. But the policies should not be resting on the shelf. You have to be politicians come in, blah, blah, blah. But when you have those written processes and procedures, policies in place, and you put them into practice, you ensure that whosoever climbs to a particular level merits that post, that promotion, that appointment, you'll have an efficient and effective, result-driven public service. Thank you very much.
That appraisal system is actually very important, which is what many public service or agencies in this country are not doing. So you have to, even though the appraisal systems themselves may have certain flaws in them, because if my supervisor does not like me, there is no 360 approach where I will take the assessment of my supervisor maybe to the next person in line to say, I am not satisfied with my supervisor's assessment or evaluation of my performance. I had a situation where I told my boss in another country where I was working, I said, this is not about my relationship with you. This is more about my performance. Am I performing? So maybe the examination system that existed during the civil service days should also have a complementarity to it where people grow upward through appraisal systems. And that appraisal system should actually be a 360 approach. It's not just your supervisor that is appraising you, it's even your colleagues that you work with. And there are clear indicators that must be answered to. You cannot, your boss, your supervisor cannot determine whether you're a team player, right? Your colleagues will know if you're a team player. So you can identify a colleague who can say, this person is a team player or not a team player. Anyway, I don't want to be the only one answering or asking all the questions. I have some more questions, but I think some of those questions should actually come from the audience. Please introduce yourself when you ask your question. Keep your question very brief. Direct your question to a specific panelist if possible. If you want to ask a general question, any of the panelists can respond. And then questions, please limit them to just 1 minute if possible. I have 2 hands on this side. I will take the first 5. I will take 2 from here, 1 in the middle, and 2, those 2. 1 in the middle. When I come later, I'll ask 2 in the middle. So let's start. The gentleman in front in the gray shirt. Yes. Yes, stand up. You, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Magnus Conte. I'm an independent consultant. Mine is an observation, 2 things. The first one, I would like to buttress a point that Major General Gauja made, which is trying to define innovation as a particular topic that embraces other things other than innovation. When I go to technology conferences, I always have this battle of trying to wrestle back the word innovation from technologists because they've adopted it and they think innovation is just technology. It's about new ideas, new ways of doing things to enhance performance and efficiency. The use of technology is just one of them. So that needs to be anchored, because if we're not careful, we will use technology to digitize all ideas, all ways of doing things. Before we introduce technology, we need to innovate. We need to look at the ways we do things, change them. And it is those pain points, those solutions that we like to bring in that we should digitize, not the old ones. So please, not to confuse innovation with technology as the only innovation. Thank you very much for making that distinction. My second point is that it is good that we are talking about all of this innovation and transformation that we want for the civil service. The use of technology requires an infrastructure, the architecture that acts as the backbone for deploying digital solutions. There is more that needs to be done in this country if we are to make inroads with innovation, technological innovation. And alongside that also, we need to look at our power and energy supply. Great, we can have all the technology in the world, we can have all the innovative systems to power our civil service. If power energy is not there sufficiently to power these solutions, they will not work. So the backbone, the infrastructural backbone, and the power supply to power our digital solutions.
Thank you so much. I think one of the panelists had mentioned actually that about access to power and energy. That's why we have solar plants, renewable energy being planted in several different parts of the country. But of course, we should start thinking about satellite, technology, fiber, dropping fiber in every village in this country. And of course, like I said, giving a smartphone to the farmer that is in the most remote region of this country. Or guess what? Turning SLBC into a digital institution. That way, radio broadcasting, television broadcasting reaches every nook and cranny of this country, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture being able, or the Ministry of Environment, being able to tell the farmer in the most remote region what the weather will be like for the planting season to begin, right? So thank you very much. Next, yes, I will come to you in the suit later.
My name is Dennis Lamidumbia. I'm from the Institute of Public Administration and Management, IPAM. Well, my question here is that we all know that it is obvious that these digital systems can be manipulated. If so, how secure are they in dealing with transparency and accountability in our public service transformation? And as well, I want to know whether this innovation we are discussing on is either for the interest of the public or for international image. Because often, we usually see papers like digital transformation on agriculture. In the interest of the public, it is not reflected due to system failure and others, internet slowdown. But for international donor, it is a progress. So I want you to share insightful contribution.
Who is your question to?
My question is to the general panel.
Okay, so anyone can answer.
Anyone
Thank
can.
you.
Yeah, welcome.
Right. Is this kind of conference, digitalization, a show for international community or for the people of Sierra Leone themselves? There was a lady in the back there, yes? I actually gave enough time so we can have more people asking questions, so I'll come back, please. Yes, please ask your question. And then we had two people at the extreme end.
Hello.
Yes, shoot.
My name is Basita Sufan, a final year student from Jala University. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all the panelists for an insightful dialogue. So, our university just led a Smart Campus Innovation Hackathon, which was held by our ministry. So, we as students develop solutions to real challenges that are affecting the university. So, this is why I am inspired to ask this particular question. What pathway exists for student-led innovation to be adapted or piloted within public institutions rather than just remaining competition projects?
Thank you. What pathway exists for students to actually sell their innovative ideas rather than just experiences? Your question is to any of the panelists? Okay. Two people here, yes? Yeah, you're a public servant.
Good afternoon, Madam Director General, and thanks very much for giving the opportunity. Sorry. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Important. Of course, we are here seated discussing on this very educative, but of course, critical and essential topic on innovation and of course transforming our public service architecture. In a leaf from what he said during his keynote, he was so much alluding to service delivery. My question is actually going to be directed to Major Gauja. But first of all, I want to dove my yes for, of course, their
innovation. How can technological innovation curtail these challenges we are having in the hospitals? Thank you.
Okay. Who is your question to? HRMO? Major General. Oh, wow. How can technological innovation curtail drastic health care? By the time people don't go to get health care services until they are really sick to the bone. How can technology guarantee better health care so people can actually go to health facility to seek health service? All right. There was a question for everybody. Pathway for students. Maybe I can ask HRMO to answer that question. Sorry, I'm picking on everybody now.
Oh, it's good. Thanks so much for your insightful questions. I think this is the beginning of the awareness we are creating around innovation. I know there are innovations happening in silos, but thank God we now have at least a ministry, that's the Ministry of Public Administration, and we know that innovation is part of government's 5 big game changers. So I think we should be organizing competitions, I would say, among schools or colleges about who comes up with innovative ideas. Because I remember when we attended the African Association for Public Administration and Management last year, there was an innovation award for best public service innovations in Africa. And I think that was a platform that created the opportunity for us to understand how innovation has been able to impact. And I know innovations start at that level. So we need to capture you guys very young. You don't need to come to the employment sector for us to know the innovations you guys are conducting. So maybe we might start to organize. As a public sector, we should be organizing programs where we even maybe organize competitions among institutions to see which institutions are coming up with innovative ideas. Like the Jala student has just mentioned. So by that way, we'll be able to now, escalate some of these innovations at national level. Right. We can even recognize people. Maybe at this occasion today, we could have maybe, since this is the first conference we are holding in celebrating public service, maybe in the future, we might, maybe escalate it to, take it down to the universities also to recognize, those that are coming up with innovations. Not only universities, even government ministries and departments and agencies that are coming up with innovative ideas. We could recognize them at such a ceremony. And by that, we'll be able to mainstream the issue of innovation in the public service.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think as a student, you're also looking for opportunities to be co-opted in the systems when you're finished or when you've graduated. If you cannot do your own startups, right? To start your own businesses or be co-opted, how can you be co-opted? I think one of the things that I've seen in other countries that have been done is students have job fairs where different agencies, MDAs, or even private sector will go into universities and conduct job fairs and seek or pick the brains of these creative minds, young creative minds, to bring them on board into their systems. So maybe these are things that we should also learn to do. For example, I'm looking for social media gurus now because SLBC is, for example, trying to go digital. But we need people who are technologically minded. So I keep talking to people, and this is an announcement. We're going to have a unit that is an entire digital unit where we're going to employ people. So if you're in the media space, you're in the digital space, and you know how to use the computer, these are jobs waiting for you. It's not that we want to get rid of people who were there, but we're looking for people who can be creative. Innovation is creativity, like my brother here said earlier. Any other questions that were not answered? Health service delivery? Yes, health service delivery.
Thank you all for your questions. they hearing me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. First, let me comment on innovative ways to secure Sierra Leone. As I said, you have officers leading the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces that have attended some of the best schools in the world. So we are not short of ideas to defend this country. We are not short of ideas to defend this country. As I said, there are a lot of things I cannot say here. Mm-hmm. But I want to allay your fears that as far as defending this country is concerned, you have people that have the ideas. We need the resources to do that. And we are putting ideas on the table as to how we can get these resources. And I want you to understand that the defense of Sierra Leone is not left to the military or the police alone. It is a whole of society engagement or effort. It's a whole of society effort. The Ministry of Finance needs to understand that the correctional service, the police, the military needs resources. Needs resources. And we've suggested ways of getting those resources. Let me be very frank here. The issue is about the military and the people and government agreeing together that your armed forces needs this capability and that capability. And then or your security sector generally. And then you see something different. Let me analyze one thing to you. There is a neighboring country that spends $535 million US for the defense of their country. How much do we spend? Maybe not up to $50 million. Just the economics. You give me the answer. So, my brother, when we came into being as people responsible for the security of this country or the defense of this country, there is a national security policy and strategy. But for Sierra Leone to ever have a national defense policy and strategy, it is this regime of military leaders that have developed that with the participation of everybody, the academia, the public servants, the civil society, and other Sierra Leoneans. We were able to put that document together under the leadership of the current Chief of Defense Staff. We've clearly mapped out how Sierra Leone should be defended, what we need, what capacity and capability that we need. Having all of that put together to defend this country is dependent on the pocket or the purse. So my brother, to allay your fears, once that is provided, I can tell you go to sleep. But even without all of that, Sierra Leone is one of the most peaceful countries in the world. I was speaking to one lady I consider my mom in Nigeria. And she was telling me, my boy is fine, no. I'm just worried about the kidnapping in Abuja. You are not worried about that. You go to sleep with our boys on the streets, in guard posts and so on. So I'm telling you, we are not short of ideas to defend this country. Let's just increase the pause. And we've suggested innovative ways for us to have money to do that. Let's just do that and Sierra Leone will be fine. How can innovative... okay, so handling the health sector in innovative ways. Mm-hmm. Number one, digitalization of the health sector. But even before you talk about digitalization, you need to strengthen participation through partnerships. So when we are developing policies, developing plans and strategies, you, the nurses in the remote villages, are important because you know what the people feel, you know what is lacking. Mami Van Boy in the village there is important. The ordinary farmer everybody is important. So that is needed to transform the public sector. Partnership with the civil society, the academy, everybody, youth groups, and so on. And then you should not only be as citizens, you should not only be beneficiaries of service delivery, but you should be co-creators of that service that we want to deliver. Co-creators of the very innovation that we are talking about. Otherwise, we'll miss it. That is why you can find a well-built market at Bay Junction, but nobody goes there to sell. They are all on the street. So we need to be co-creators as citizens rather than just beneficiaries. If we do that also for the health sector, it will help. For accessibility is important. Our people in the remote villages need access to health care. Even in some of our slum areas in Freetown or the other cities in this country. There are innovative ways we can do that. But until we, policymakers, go down to discuss with the ordinary citizens, we'll miss it, irrespective of the sophistication of the technology. One of those ways can be what? Let's talk about generating power for this country. It's not just providing 100 megawatts or 250 megawatts to go through all the grid power lines to reach our remote areas. I think one of the innovative ways we can do that is to ensure that those small solar energy is provided in communities, even thermal power. I've been to countries where somebody will bring thermal plants, plant it in one community where it can supply 2, 3, 4 villages, 4 villages, and they pay directly to that business.
Okay.
And it is working. It can work in Sierra Leone. My village had not seen power. Jagwe Mafiama in Kono district did not see power for centuries. But somebody went, thanks to government, they installed solar, and everybody in the village, if you have your 5,000, you go, buy the top up. You get lights in your small abule that you have.
Thank you, Major General. Let me take SP because I think I'll take one question from you because I think you need to run to a meeting. But everybody seems to be talking in silos. I want us to focus on coordination, collaboration amongst government agencies. You talked about the triangle of trust, for example, the military, the people, and the government, right? So, SP, before you leave, I want to ask you this question. What can be done to improve coordination between government agencies for better service delivery for our people?
Thank you very much. Well, like every